Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Foundation, one of my all-time favorite city builders at this point. And after my latest playthrough, I still had a lot of fun with this game at the end of it, and I thought why not just start it again, but this time we're gonna play it on the highest difficulty, no exceptions. And I promise you there's a couple of things in this game that I haven't seen yet on the highest difficulty, or things that we need to manage more properly, more precisely and stuff like that. I hope you're gonna enjoy this one. Now you can already skip a couple of minutes ahead if you want to start with the game right away. We're just gonna have a quick look at the settings, what you need to do for this. So the map code is here, it's also in the video description for you to check it out as well. This is the map we're gonna play with. Of course, I fiddle around with the settings here to get a nice beach down here, also a nice hill on that side here for a big castle, and then also some open space for our village. Basically we need to go for the classic experience. Really, no, we're gonna go with the challenge experience, but that is not enough. That is just hard mode. We want to go for the extreme mode because challenge mode does not unlock you the highest settings yet. For this we also need to turn off the optional events, and this actually is really hard because you are not able to earn coins with that, right? You need to get coins in for advancing an attack tree, and the missions give you the most bunch of that, but without that we'll just see. Also, we need to set in for the environmental resource regrowth to the slowest. That means we're gonna run out of resources rather quickly. The military hazards are on tricky on challenge, but we want to put them on perilous. The same goes with the workplace production time, which is usually on slow on the challenge mode. I'm gonna put it to slowest. Also the territory upkeep cost, and this is something that really killed me a couple of times now. Territory upkeep cost is on expensive. We're gonna put it to exorbitant to make it even more fun. And yes, with that, everything is now on the maximum parameter, right? So on the maximum difficulty that is possible in this game. Also, my villager happiness is on touchy, so they're gonna be unhappy very quickly if I don't provide everything they want. Everything else is on off that would help me at some point. And we always need to pay upkeep for buildings even if we pause them. That is also a very important aspect here. We're playing without any mods, and yeah, with that we can actually choose right away. We're gonna play relax and play on my own. That is actually misleading. We're not relaxing here, right? It's just a goal though. You can build a castle, you can build a priory, you can build a stronghold. We can also build all of that in the relax mode because this one has no goal in it, right? But we're still playing on the highest extreme settings here. Let's get cracking. Foundation Extreme. I hope you're going to enjoy this one. If you enjoy my content, please also consider supporting me on Patreon. I would very much appreciate that. Let's start. Alrighty, and here we are now finally on a fresh map, randomly generated for us with, oh, a beautiful beach right over here where we can see, well, a few debris lying around and stuff like that. Also a nice cliff over there, a nice hill, might be a good location for a castle, and all the way here in the center a lot of open space, and this of course I would like to use right away for my foundation. Now we can purchase 2 territories right away without having to pay anything, so I would like to go with something a bit central, right? What we can see is this offers a good location here because it goes into the hills then and into this territory. We could also go for this one. I think it's my favorite one here because we also get this mining site here, so this would be a great industry location with the city of course developing then over there. And yes, I think for my very first territory I'm going ahead with this area here. This opens up now, well, our very first building, the village center. Once again, it's been a while and there it is in all its glory, and let's just see where we can place it. This has rocks, it has berries, it has lots of lumber for us, so this would be a great location for this starting position here for this car. I'm gonna place it somewhere over there, right here. Poof, and there it is. We have founded the hamlet of Montclair, which is, well, our village right now. This also opens up our book that we have now, and Montclair, it is a hamlet of the pioneer Nivarias, and relax and play on my own, of course on the highest difficulty settings with all the different things that we have. Now with that also we have unlocked a whole bunch of buildings, our very first industrial buildings. Now this game on the highest difficulty is very tight, so we need to be careful how many territories we have and where we're spending our, especially our tools on, because these are going to be very expensive. Now let's check it out. This is of course my next logical choice. I'm gonna purchase this one. Now everything costs me, right? So as we can see, this costs me now 10 coin per month on upkeep, and it also costs me 100 coin directly. So the upkeep is gonna be the very difficult thing for it. Now, right here, we got our sorry souls. Oh, we have a strong hangover to females, so those two males are not going to have a great time, or they are going to have a great time. I don't know. Let's also build a builder workshop right away. So this is where my builders are housing. One of the only buildings that is being placed instantly, and here I can immediately assign now my very first 3 villages to that. Of course 3 because we want to speed things up. Next in line, very important, my lumber camp. This also does not cost me any upkeep, so that's gonna be great. And I would like to, let's just check it out. We do have 3 here, 3 here. Probably like to place it somewhere over here, where we do have then all the trees in the surrounding area. There you go, my very first construction site. I can unpause the game at this point. And next in line, the Stonecutter camp to get us some basic stone in right across, well, this block here, because there is my stone. And as you can also see, if I place it, this one has now a finite amount of resources. So this is not endless anymore, right? Once the 400 stone is gone, it's gone. And we need to move to another location with this. That's one of the trickiest things on the maximum difficulty that we're playing with. Another one, of course, the gathering hut for the berries. I'm gonna go ahead and have this also somewhere here close to my other buildings already. So they're all together here in the zone. We should also paint our wood cutting area right away. And for this, I'm gonna start with this one, right? Because there's lots of trees here and we will need to chop. Also, we need to open up more space for us. So that's what we're doing here. Gotta be careful. I don't want to get rid of all the berry bushes though that we have over there, for example. Right, so that would be quite problematic. Let's assign 3 woodcutters to this right away. And they will start with their jobs as well immediately. We have 10 people. So we need to be careful with them. And as always, it's cute to watch them. And also our very first roads here forming just close to this forest on this fine day indeed in this amazing game, as Montclair is taking shape to some extent at least. Getting the resources over for my next construction. That would be happening now over here. And it's a simple life in the early days. We also have 10 berries still. That's my food, so of course they should not run out. And that is why we need to get the gathering hut quickly done as well. Also, we get some basic immigration already. 2 people would like to join. Probably coming out of the woods. And it's 2 female again. Another construction we have to start is the well to provide some basic water. And I would like to do this also somewhere here in the center right away. Very good. My next camp has been finished. Let's assign 2 people to that. They're gonna immediately start cutting down the stone. Looking a bit shocked, but they'll be fine. Gathering hut, very good. Let's assign also 2 people to that right away, leaving me with only 2 people now that we have unemployed so far. And all of them are working. One thing I would like to start right away is my first industry building already. That's the sawmill. So this one here processes wood into planks. It does cost me already upkeep then, so 1 coin per month. And also it costs me quite a lot to build. 20 logs is a lot. Let's have this one also close here by my chopping, where we do have a bit of space just along this road that already formed. Another thing we should start is, before people leave, is actually building some housing, because right now we have 0 happiness. That's because we have no water, no food, no services, no housing, nothing basically. So the well that is about to be finished as well is going to help us out, but also of course some homes. And for this we need to paint our very first residential zones. And for this we need to have a look again where we want to have them on this map. Lots of space here. Of course, we also need to reserve some space for a church and for the manor house and stuff like that. So I think a safe place would be here, where we can build that. Now, we have two options for this, the round bush and the square bush. The square bush is my favorite this time around. Last time I was using the round bush primarily. The square bush offers quite a few more shapes of buildings. And let's go ahead and build us the very first blocks of housing, yeah, somewhere over here, I would say. Let's keep a bit of space, in fact, available. And then I can start painting this zone. Probably gonna go all the way down here. And then here, just along the border that we have, up again. There you go. Looks fine to me. And this is where people will now themselves build houses, right? So there's the very first one coming up already. Takes 11 logs per building, so this is gonna take some time. And this marks the beginning of our very first district as well. City district. And it's such a beautiful game. I really, really enjoy the atmosphere. A little bit later, the very first house has been finished. Right over here, together with a little courtyard, an outhouse, very important. She's already cleaning the entry, and 2 people are living in it now, right? In the residential house, quality level 1, density level 1. That is one of my targets this time around. Last time I was focusing on these demands way too late, so we should really upgrade those houses faster this time around. The next house has been finished just behind it. The first permanent residences of Montclair. At this point, a full month already passed, and we're not that far yet, right? A small industry zone. My sawmill still takes some time, especially the stone. So I've assigned a 3rd person to that now since we have it. Yeah, we need more stone. Also, my happiness starts to climb. We got some 20% now. Just in time, really. Also, the well has been finished, so this should also now kick in, right? And then also housing. At this point, I should also start providing some food to my people. Now, for this, we need a market, a village market. I'm just gonna go ahead and have a basic food stall right here, right? We already have a little plaza there. We have the builder hut, and why not have a little food stall right here for my people, where we can sell the berries to them right away. This is also a penalty that we have at the moment, rustic food. Even though we have the berries, of course, they're not really provided to the people yet. So that's what we need to do as well. Our sawmill has been finished. I'm waiting for staffing it, because right now we have a lot of construction with wood. And once that is done, we can start the processing of planks. It's a bit rainy now. 2 people would like to join, as Montclair is growing to 14 on the population. Now we have also the workforce to provide the sawmill with, but I still need to wait. This game is, by the way, beautiful in all the different shades that you can activate. Also here, dawn. There is also finally our village market. Let's assign a person to this, and also berries as my very first resource. And he's gonna grab the berries now and put them on display, where people finally can purchase them. With that, the rustic food penalty goes away. More immigration. As we can see, those people joining, they're spawning some over there at the edge of the border, and they're already forming a tiny road there. So we might also then take care of this road here, that it becomes a permanent trade route, for example. Montclair is now a village. We have leveled up. We can now title ourselves Lord. Let's go ahead and do this right away in this cute little menu that we have. And we're calling ourselves now Lord Nivarias. Oh, very nice. Of course, that's not the only addition. The major addition is that we have access now to our paths. So we can now choose different paths and they're going to give us bonuses. My very first path that I would like to do here is the labor path, and that's the manor house. This will cost me 25 coin. We're going to unlock this right away because this also unlocks taxation for us. One of the most important ways of getting money in from my people. Another very important building will be the storage. So we can unlock this right away because this unlocks trading together with the fishing. Also, at this point, we have finished our very first district. Happiness goes up to almost 50%. And I can now assign my first, let's say 2 people to the sawmill. And then are processing logs into planks. Problem with that is we don't have the best wood production at the moment. On this difficulty, you're having severe penalties to your production times. So that means we need to take extra care of input and output. So I think those 2 will already be enough for this area. And we'll just see. I might need to build a second lumber mill soon. And there we start with the first processing of planks. So in order to get more going over there, we need another industry building, and that's the forest camp. Plants trees in the reforestation zone. Let's get this going behind my lumber camp, somewhere over here. And this building here will make sure that we reforest those woods that we have. Otherwise, we are running out of trees pretty quickly. And no trees also means no bushes. So we need to take extra care of this. And at this point, we're losing some money. Because of construction, we paid 60 coin last month, dropping us to 315. It's going to be absolutely necessary to keep a very tight look on my coins. There is my forester camp. Let's assign a person to this and also start with repainting or reforestation. And that would be then right here as well. Plenty of space. Also all the way up here. Now with this out of the way, I think we can afford a second lumber camp. We should be doing it really. As we can see, this area already generates a lot of noise and pollution, right? So that means people don't want to live close to this. So as the industry zone is growing, we need to take extra care where we place our houses, because if these houses are in the vicinity of industrial buildings, they will take a penalty and people would like to move away. So we can't allow that. So everything that generates noise stays here in this area. Let's have another camp just, I think, here by the sawmill. Or we could also make it a bit further in the back here. Let's just check it out. Let's have it beside my forester camp over here. Right, so we're building the smaller lumber camp here. And this should then double my wood production. However, of course, it could also mean that we are running out of trees. So I will just have to have a look at that. The thing is, looking at my territories, I don't have that many forests, right? We have this. There is no forest in here. And we have this area where we have the majority of my forests. So I can only use this one right now. I cannot afford another one. Right, those 10 coin upkeep would kill me. So we need to stick to this one here. 3 people I have, 3 additional woodcutters we have. New trees are already growing. Okay, for my next district, we're starting down here. It's a bit further away now, but it's necessary. I cannot build here anymore. We don't have this territory. And this one is reserved, right? So here is my next one. I'm keeping a bit of a distance to my other district because we want to have a road in between forming. So let's go ahead and plant this one a bit forward here, right? And we might actually probably push a bit further up here as well. I can already start with my manor house now. Well, to be more precise, I'm not building the manor house right away. I'm actually building my tax office right away because we need to tax our people. So far, they've only received from us. They also need to give. And in this case here, the tax office needs one major building, and that is a room. It can be any room really, in fact, right? It could also be just this one here. And with that, we would already have a nice smaller tax office going. Can we make this one even smaller? I think we could even make it smaller like this because I really just need one tax next person for it, right? I could build a tower. This would give me security for an area, but there's a much more efficient building for that later, so I'm not doing it just yet. Let's just go ahead and get me the tax office in. And yeah, we're gonna have it somewhere here, probably by the well, I could say, or by the builder house, somewhere here. This will make sure that we get a good amount of money in. It needs to be close to my city center for sure, because we definitely want to have the buildings close by, the taxpayers. Also, by the way, immigration, pushing us to 19. Okay, I'm sorry, I've been a bit mistaken here. This one actually requires, it doesn't provide, it requires light fortification. It means that I need to place it with a tower, right? And the tower provides the fortification bonus. So let's just use that tower as well. And there's a road here, there's some gardens. So let's have this taxpayer building right here. We affect all of these buildings with that. And have then an entrance here that goes towards that road. And with that we have it. And now I can actually, and with that in fact we can build it somewhere in here. And as we start to build the tax office, what I like about this game is, so we're just cutting into this courtyard here, right, into the gardens. But that doesn't matter because the game adjusts itself. So these fences will then readjust once this is finished. And this one has an entry then right to that street that we have over there. There's also this tiny fence that should go away. Now, there it is, coming along faster than I thought. One more tool we need. And I can then sign in a tax collector for us. And there it is in all its glory. Let's assign a tax collector. And this person will now start collecting taxes for us. And there it is gone. In that case, he should now start collecting taxes. No, he's still cleaning, but at least he's got the outfit already for it. Tax collector level 1. The longer he works on the job, the better he becomes at it. Now with that, what we still need to do is also set the taxes, of course. We have them over here. And right now we have 19 serfs, right? And we can now push that. This would lead me now to 10 coin per month income. So having this one on the lowest level would already pay the taxes for at least one additional territory that we have. I'm not gonna go further because with that we would reduce the happiness too much and that leads to lower immigration. And by the way, we have now 20 people living in Montclair. With the taxes finally rolling, let's have a quick look at my happiness. It is, well, at 55%. The problem here is that a new need has come up now. Since we have finished the rustic food demand, now they want refined food. That means that is food that is being processed, like meat, for example. That I can't do yet. If I look at my progression, right? So this is the next level here. That would be refined food. In this case here, for that we need a bit more prosperity level. So that is more people, more jobs, and more income. In that case, what we can do, however, is since we have, well, solved at least one problem, happiness is okayish, right? So I could raise the taxes now for my people. I would like to do this, right? We are gonna go from -5 to -15% on the happiness. This brings me twice as much money in. And we should hopefully feel that somehow soon now. Since we're not feeling the taxes so far. And a few more taxes can't hurt. Another thing, yeah, how's it looking with the housing? We're full again. So I should continue with more housing. Question is really where, right? There's not that much space here to get things here. So let's have the next one. There's, by the way, iron, right? So there's gonna be a smaller industry zone over there. So we also need to keep this in mind. On top of that, I want to have a market somewhere here together with a church. That is another thing we need. So let's actually have some housing over here. Right, but that's about it. As you can see, immediately people start to build houses, right? So I'm probably gonna push it like that. And that's it for now. I really don't want to have more housing over there at the moment. Now, in that case, it's all fine. We're staying above 50% for now. And the planks are coming in a bigger quantity now. So that is my next major important thing for this. Let's assign a second person now, since we have enough logs. And yeah, that forester is doing a good job at planting trees, right? So this is all new. As we can see, that was rather quick. So I think one forester will actually be enough for those 2 logging camps. With enough resources, what I would like to do is once again boost my happiness, and that is with services. So what these people want is a bit of faith, a bit of yeah, believing and stuff like that. So I'm gonna build a small rustic church for this. However, it's gonna be a very tiny one as it's super expensive, and also it's not gonna be a final one or anything like that, right? Because I don't have a real proper center yet. This is gonna be probably my center for now, so I'm gonna build my church somewhere over here, so with a bit of a distance, but still looking towards that central market that we have there. Let's also have a smaller bell tower. This is actually a requirement to have it. We have two of them available. We have the major one and the minor one, right? The major one costs a bit more, and the minor one costs less. So let's go ahead with the minor one. I'm gonna have this one right here in the front where we could also increase its height, right? And with that, nothing really changes except the upkeep a bit. If I change the major hall, we could probably push the, yep, there it is, the capacity of the people. 24 it is right now. I think that is though fine. Let's also have a smaller entrance right here in the front of it, and perhaps also something for decoration, like a wooden cross on top of it. Let's also have it look towards the... It's actually not possible for me to change it. So we can't do that. Okay, placing it and then rotating it, that works out. Though this looks a bit strange, doesn't it? It probably actually has to look like this. Yeah, I think this looks a bit better overall. And with that, yeah, we have a small church now that we built. And 19 planks, we have that, the tools we have, and also the wood we have to get this smaller construction going. Yeah, the taxes we are taking in right now, the 5 coin per month that we've taken so far, actually would cover now my territory upkeep and also my small constructions that we have. So far, we're breaking even a bit here on my balance, on my coin. And there is the church already coming along. Magic involved. But definitely the biggest construction so far for our Montclair. And there it is. Let's also assign a village priest. Ines, she's gonna do it. And yeah, with that we have a capacity of 24 now that can join. And as we can see, weekly attendance already goes up as people immediately go to the sermon. I also love to ring the bell from time to time. And with that, we should also get an increased happiness again as the service demand goes down. Since we're gonna need a lot of planks, I would like to build a second sawmill now. And with the reduced production times that we have, or production cycles that we have, so we actually take more time to produce something. Also, my berries are already struggling despite having a gathering hut level 3, also with 3 people employed. This could be problematic. I think we're gonna need a second one there too. But let's start with another sawmill right away. So I'm gonna have this in the industry zone. And yeah, we're gonna make it so that this one also looks the part. Right here. Together with that wood storage in the center. Happiness is really high with 63. I'm gonna keep it there for now to increase my immigration rate. We could also use it for more taxation. But right now, I would like to use more immigration. Second sawmill in action. My remaining workforce is going for it now. And with that, we have more planks available. Planks that I can now use for my next construction right away. That's actually 2 things. The first one is a warehouse and the other one is the manor house. I would like to start with the manor house because this gives me a bunch of new actions that I definitely want to have. And for this, we need a great hall. I really cannot afford that much yet. But we're going to start with a smaller manor house, and it's probably going to be over here, and we can then always just expand upon it, right? So let's just make it as close to the border as possible, so that we have then plenty of room in the surrounding area. I like that there's an elevation going up, so you can have the manor house then also going up the elevation there. I think this would look pretty cool at some point. Let's also have a smaller entrance there in the front of it, and yeah, that's probably it already. A smaller visitor location area somewhere in front of it where people can then also put in their demands. And this is all you need. 34 planks, 5 tools. It's rather expensive for what we have right now, but I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, it looks pretty sad, right? We could have a smaller minor tower. I think that we can afford here in the back of it, perhaps. It's outside of my territory. There you go. so that we have at least something that looks romantic. A little tower there in the back of it. Why not? As much as I like the tower, I'm not gonna do it. It's too expensive for what we get out of it. That's nothing, and I still need the manor house though. Let's start the building here, and we can then always expand with more towers. And yeah, we have a high rate of immigration right now. Perfect. 2 more people that join, and as we can see, I'm very static with the berries, so those 2 people probably will tip me over. So we gotta be careful here now. I'm gonna already pre-actively build me another gathering hut that we can do. Let's just check it out. There's lots of berry bushes over there. These are the only ones that I have available in my territory right now. So just beside this one, I'm gonna add a second one, keeping them together there. And another thing I would like to do now, since we don't really have a lot of planks yet, but we're gonna have a lot of planks, I would like to start building my warehouse. This will enable trading for us. Let's just build it where we have also, yeah, somewhere here, just across the sawmills. Gonna be careful here because I don't want to have the berry bushes disappearing. So I rather would have the warehouse over there, but we would need to delete then the berry bushes that I can't afford. So let's have this one here. And this is going to be the central storehouse then for my smaller industry zone that we have right now. And yeah, at this point I can definitely say that we're running out of food, so it's a great thing that we finished another gathering hut, and let's assign 2 people to that again right away. Oh, wait a second. I still have 1 available? Let's assign. No. I don't have that. Who is this? Who is unemployed right now? Okay, it seems like Mencia is finishing up right now, so she's counting as unemployed, but she's not really, so that should be fine. The manor house is coming along. 4 more planks are missing. Okay, another monthly balance, and as we can see, 32 in taxes, upkeep was 6, so this is fine for now. And a high happiness of 65%. And there it is, a very, very basic manor house in the most basic form. And here we can now select our mandates, like for example this getting a levy out of my people. And this would bring me in 81 immediately. It would also cause unhappiness of negative 30%, which is fine for me because we have a high happiness. So I would like to go ahead and get this one in. This brings a lot of money. There it is. We have leveled those coins. That will lead to some unhappiness, but it's gonna be fine. And with that, we can purchase a new territory now. For now, my warehouse has been finished. This is gonna increase my upkeep once again. And also, we can now assign here resources to it. That would be the planks, for example. That is my first storage that we are building up here. And I think tools as well, because we're gonna import tools soon. And the worker is now taking care that we're storing everything here as ordered. And with 20 planks in, we can finally now open our very first trade route to Northbury. We also have a bunch of other trade routes available, but Northbury is the safest one. They would then also purchase polished stone from us, planks, and meat. These are things that we can produce in high quantity for selling it a bit for a profit. And Northbury also sells us tools. That is the most important thing here that we get out of that. So unlock the trade route to Northbury. And this also unlocks us the common tier 2. That we're gonna need. So we have now 13 points on the prosperity. The first thing that I would like to do is I would like to now order my selling. So planks, for example, we can now say sell everything above a certain threshold, and this threshold will be 40 planks, right? I always want to keep some planks available. The rest we can sell. We can also do the same thing then for polished stone. Now, let's quickly check out what kind of progression we can go for here. And the most important one for me early on would be, well, hunting, of course, because that gives me boars and meat. And meat is something that my people want, and meat is something that we can also easily sell. This gives me now the hunting hut over here. And for that, we need to check out though where we have the boars. And this is something I was anticipating. It's not looking great, right? We don't have any boars here because we're chopping down the trees. So we need new territory. This one here would come in handy, as we can see. There's lots of hunting ground. The same also applies for this area. I would like to combine this where we have stone. So let's check it out where we have some stone available. there's stone. Because, you know, this one here is down to 300, so it's not gonna run forever. Oh, we are very unlucky with the stone. We have one over there, and we have one over here. Is this a good hunting area? We need to check this out, really. Nah, this is bad. Okay, we cannot combine this one. It's also not the same territory, right? Now, I don't have a lot of options. It's probably gonna be this one here, and the next stone deposit is then... Oh, that's too far away too. Okay, I've decided I'm gonna go with this territory here. It's the biggest one by far that we can purchase, 100 coin. That's the same price for every territory, right? It will cost me 10 coin per month in addition upkeep wise, so that's quite a lot. It also gives me an iron deposit, lots of forests and hunting grounds. Also some berry bushes down the road as well. The thing is, there is no other stone that would be attached to this. The goal would be to go for this territory next, because this has the stone again, right? And it would also have then some space for my first sheep farms, so we could work with that. Let's purchase that territory now. There you go, it's ours. And we can now start with the hunting. That would be the hunter hut for the hunting grounds down here. This is also causing some pollution again. We can have this one probably here at the edge of town right now. I could also have it here beside my logging camps. I think this would be a safer bet for it. So let's go ahead and have it here to start with the hunting. For this, we also need to sign then the hunting area, and it's this one, of course. Gonna make it a bit bigger than it should be, just so I'm making sure that I'm not accidentally, chopping away any trees. Speaking about chopping, the forester is doing an amazing job at replanting trees for both of my logger camps. So I could actually also say something to my logging, and that is making it a bit smaller, perhaps, but also moving it a bit further over here, right? So gonna make sure that we chop, and everything above that is then gone, because, you know, as you can see, this is also chopping area now, since that is the territory we purchased. So I can keep them separated here just nicely. Very good. I do have too many logs anyway, so I could reduce my workforce on the lumber camp right now, and that would give me more hunters then that I'm going to need. Okay, pathwise, the progression, we have the hunter. That did cost me 50, right? There's also my tools production, but that is way too expensive right now. The other one that I would like to go for is the stonemason hut. This unlocks me the polished stone. Very important. So let's go ahead and get this one for 50 coin as well. And we're down to 150 coin now only. Okay, so in the middle of the forest down there, we have now the hunter hut coming along. In preparation to this one, we also need another building right away, and that is now the butchery. Once again, the upkeep is rather low for this one, so that's great. It is, however, causing pollution, as we can see. So, once again, I need to have in an area that is not going to be inhabited so quickly. And yeah, we're slowly moving now my industry then a bit further over into this area, just behind my storehouse. And let's have my very first butcher then somewhere here. Actually, realistic would be to have it closer to the city. The thing is, though, because of that pollution, I'm not gonna do it. Another person moves in. Great stuff. We can also think about my next building, the granary now, that I should build. And this stores then all the food that we're producing. And yes, for this, I'm actually going to go... we could have it here, honestly. Let's have the granary just here beside the storehouse as my next construction too. Lots of stuff that we are building now. And what I can see is housing, we are also out of it. So I will also need to provide some additional housing zone. I can think about this area still. Alright, so there is still a bit of space that I can use. Just behind our church. You know what, let's actually also build in here. I don't see a reason why we should keep this available. And let's just make sure that we're not building into that road there. I want to keep that road. And there's also my hunter hut. Let's assign 2 hunters to it. And we're now getting meat in. Very good. Another preparation for this is my next market building. So once again, we're gonna build a market and a smaller food stall it is. And yeah, you know what? Let's have it over here on the other side of the berries. We can then sell the meat. After some time, the butchery has been finished. I do have exactly one person available that can still do the job. Pretty sure also, yeah, we have the first meat in. Very great. Can we see them doing their job? Yeah, he's hunting right now. Hiding behind a tree. I don't see the boar though. Could be some over there, deep in the forests of Montclair. Just perfect, really. The next food stall has been finished just as 2 more people join. So one of them immediately can be assigned now to meat as a market tender. And this person will now get the meat from the butchery and sell it on the market. And this should then also get rid of the refined food negative 20% penalty that we have already. Since the meat is rolling, let's also have another butcher assigned. The granary would need a workforce now too. Here we can then put in berries and meat for now. Meat is important because we want to sell this. But I'm gonna wait for another person to join the village. And with the first meat now being sold, my first villagers are also eligible as commoners, so we can upgrade our villages now to the next level. And as we also can see, the refined food penalty goes down. This is a perfect moment to also levy some additional taxes, right? I did the job and you people really should pay me for it. Another 96 we can get out of our people, squeezing that out. That's just extra taxes basically. And just on time, there is also a trader now finally from Northbury arriving in Montclair. And he's now gonna purchase planks. We have 38 planks available. You know what? Just to get the sales going, let's actually reduce the threshold here to 30. So he's gonna immediately purchase now some planks from us. There it is. 8 coin for 8 planks. Thank you very much for doing business with us. That's important because we want to get the volume up, because only with that can we upgrade that trade route then at some point. That's very important as we want to increase the volume, of course. Some money is coming in. We would have money again for some territories or for some additional industry. Gonna decide on that in the next episode of Foundation on Extreme Difficulty. Well, with a bit of preparation, it's not that hard yet, is it? But we haven't even started with the expensive stuff so far. I hope you enjoyed this one. Don't forget to leave a like behind. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Stay tuned. In the last episode, Montclair was founded, and from there it quickly rose to a smaller village that is prospering with good tax income, some first trading, a smaller industry zone, and overall happy people. Hello everyone and welcome back to Foundation on Extreme Difficulty, that is on the highest difficulty without any exceptions. And we continue carefully, but with a good heart, into the next steps of our economy. As we can see, we have now a steady supply of meat coming in. This is pretty great because it is now also reducing a bit the stress on berries, as it's not the only source of food anymore. At the same time, it also increases my happiness, which is okay, considering that we have high taxes and also just levied some additional taxes out of my population. This means a bit of higher immigration now. There's actually a whopping 4 people joining me now at the same time. The biggest wave so far, and of course we're gonna all take them in here just as of now. Welcome to Montclair, my new citizens or villagers, you might call them. Now this will of course increase the stress on my housing district, but I consider it fine right now. It, however, also gives me additional workforce that we can use now in the granary. And boy, I would like to do this. Liebmate, she's now working in the granary. And with that, what I can do now is I can now start selling meat to Northbury. I would really like to do this, as the income from that is 3 coins, 3 times higher than my planks. Let's go ahead and get meat in as well. There it is. Sell above the threshold. And let's say 25 is a realistic value to have a good buffer, right? And the rest we're gonna sell them. With that out of the way, let's also assign an additional person to the gathering hut, so that we have now fully staffed gathering huts working. That's absolutely mandatory. And what I would also like to do is now my latest industrial building that we have, the stonemason hut that we can build now. That's actually quite expensive. It costs 8 tools. This is the last building we can probably push before we're running out of tools now. But it's gonna be a very important one at that. It's also a high pollution building once again. So I would like to have it in an area where we're not having any residential zones. And it's probably gonna be just here behind my... across the street, nah, not across the street really, but probably over here by my stonecutters, right? We have them over here. So it makes sense to me to have this one also somewhere in this area here. Very nice. Also, we can now assign then polished stone to the warehouse. And quickly so, it was finished and we can now assign a stonemason, only one unfortunately, right, to this building. And she's now processing stone into polished stone. This is gonna take some time though, as it's a very slow process usually. What we can however do with that now is, once again, open up our trade and now start exporting polished stone. And we're gonna make a very low threshold for this, only 10, because you don't need a lot for this. For construction, and the rest I would like to immediately sell. Also planks, as we can see, will already be nicely set up for the next trade. Meat, we need to wait on that a bit more. Another trader arrives. This is going to be interesting. 80 planks we have in stock. How many do you purchase? He checks out the granary first. And then he's purchasing 13 planks for 13 coin. That's not a lot of money. So trading is a nice source of income, but with planks only, it's not going to be enough. We got the first polished stone in though, so that's at least something we can work with. And yeah, meat unfortunately is not enough at the moment. So my population consumes it all. So what we can do right now? Well, I would like to purchase another territory now, and that is over here, where the trade is actually also leaving. This is the next logical choice for me. There you go, another territory, another 10 coin on my upkeep, right? So we'll just see how that turns out. And in this case, this gives me another stone deposit, some more berries, trees, and also very important for me, hunting grounds. I cannot use another hunter on the other side already. So as you can see, this territory goes all the way over here. So we got this whole area here available for more hunting. And I would like to do this right up here. It's a bit far away, of course, but it's going to be fine right here in the woods. We can also make a gathering hut here for more berries. That's going to be great. And also the hunting. Let's actually get this one going. That's more hunting ground. Also this one. And that's it again, right? Perhaps... Oh, look at how big that area is, right? It looks very strange. It will also give me access now to the ocean soon. Perhaps we can find some fish over there, but that's something else. Also, lots of space here. What we need for sure is, I would like to keep expanding once again a bit further into this area. And we can probably also make it work here towards my manor house. Gonna keep a bit of space available though, but yeah, we need every inch of space right now. We have a high happiness. There are no people coming in right now. I'm waiting for the next level of immigration, and then I'm gonna levy taxes again. Very nice. At this point we have a high happiness again, so let's go ahead and also get me some additional taxes. In 123 we can make this time. There it is, and we're gonna need this to build more industry now, and especially, unfortunately, to start purchasing tools. Let's go ahead. We have the tools in stock. I can purchase them from Northbury, and we have the tools down here. They're gonna cost me 6 coin per tool. That's unfortunately gonna kick it in. Let's have it at 15. That should be enough to also start then building a tools industry soon. We can already start unlocking tools now, so 50 coin this is going to cost me. And with that we unlock now 4 buildings, and all of them we need to actually have in order to produce tools. So this is why tools are such a big problem for me on this difficulty. Let's have a quick look at this. The iron camp we can place, right? For the iron ore that we have right over there. This would cost me 2 on the upkeep. The next one is the charcoal hut. That's 3 on the upkeep. So we are already paying now 5 on the upkeep. The next is the smelter with 4, leading to 9. And then we have the blacksmith with 6. So we have a total upkeep of 15 coin out of this. Plus an upfront cost of 150 coin that we need for the total tooling industry. This would, yeah, leave us with no money anymore. And an upkeep that for now, as far as I can see, I cannot afford. So that's my major problem right now. That's because I want to have more meat in, because we can sell that meat for a good price. I would like to sell more meat than planks at this point. Another trader is coming in, so he's going to purchase planks most likely, and then also sell us some tools. Yeah, we don't have any meat that we can sell. And there he did it. And we also got 12 tools for 72 coin. That's now 15 tools that we have. And with that money, I can now start with the iron camp that I would like to have. We have the camp over there. I can still place it at the camp door here because it doesn't matter, right? The industry zone is here, so we need to deliver it over there at some point anyway. So for me, it's fine. Let's have the camp here in my camp industry. Yeah, somewhere here by my stonecutter most likely. There you go. And this one will make sure that we get then the iron coming in. Very good. That's building number 1. This actually cost me some cloth there as well. Nothing of the others cost me cloth though, fortunately. The other one that we can build right away is the charcoal hut, and this one cuts trees to produce coal out of it. A very dirty building. We have the space, so I'm gonna push this one a bit further here to the back of it. In fact, I see that we have an iron deposit here in my territory. Oh, this could change a few things. Let's just get this one in here and cancel this production. I'm gonna actually have that iron camp over here by my charcoal hut. Makes way more sense. How did I miss it? And there it is, our very first charcoal hut. Let's assign a person to this. And also, I think we need to paint it. It's the wood cutting area that we need primarily. So I can also increase the size of it a bit. But now we have 3 buildings that chop trees. Gotta be careful about this. There's also our iron camp coming along. Okay, another trader comes in. This one is crucial. He's selling us the remaining tools, hopefully, that we can then use to get the last industries going. There it is, another 6 tools. With that we have 15 tools again. I can stop now the import of tools again because we don't need that, and it's also way too expensive, so we're gonna stop it. And what we're also gonna do once again, because we can, is getting additional levies out of my villagers. Do we lose someone with that? No, we don't. We get 130 coin out of it, 250 coin, and that would be enough now to finish my tooling industry. I'm a bit worried about my taxation though. So at this point, we probably will have to do something about that. The main problem really for me right now is that we're also continuing to run out of food. So I do need another gathering hut indeed. I did not expect to need it so early on. Let's just check it out where we could get one. Yeah, in this territory we have plenty of berry bushes, so it absolutely makes sense to have yet another one here. Let's have it over here by my camp. Makes sense. To also start some additional gathering hut. The problem here is already on my taxes and on my budget, we can see that my upkeep is already at 31 and my territory upkeep is at 19. Both of them combined leads to 50 on the total, right, as upkeep. We only get in taxes at 38 right now. Is there a way to get more taxes out? Theoretically, we should get 46 in per month, right? So that means we have probably a taxation problem, that the capacity of this tax collector is not working out anymore. There's one way we can check this, in fact, and that's how many taxes are stored in a house. If this gets too high, then we're losing taxes. But what I can see right now is the stored taxes are rather low in all of these houses. So it's definitely not a taxation problem, right? We do get the taxes in that we charge. So in that case, the only way of getting additional taxes in is to upgrade my people. And perhaps we can already do this. Yes, we can. This would also increase the efficiency the productivity of these people. And we have the butchers here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll upgrade my first 2 butchers to the next level, right? So these here, Visna, she's now a level 2 commoner. And she's gonna pay me some more taxes now. She also has more demands. So we gotta be very careful, right, how this works. I cannot view her home, unfortunately. She's not homeless, is she? Okay, I also cannot visit his home there. So we do need to have some homes for them. The problem with that is that needs a beautification area, right, before we can upgrade that. So what we need to do now is unlocking tier 2 decoration, right, there you go. And this one here gives me now some decoration to work around with here in this area. Let's just check it out. We do have the commoners, so we should have them already. And then we need the beautification area. Adding decoration is rather expensive, but it's going to be worth it. So I'm going to start with my very first tree over here. And this starts a decoration area now. So the more decoration I add to this area, the bigger that radius gets, right? At least one building is though now affected by that to get beautification out of it. And with that, our very first house is upgrading now. That's very important, because that means we're getting more taxes out of this. Can I see how much we need to spend here? There it is. 10 planks, 5 stone, 1 tool, 1 log. Also, thanks to the upgrading and the second boar hunting cabin, we now have a lot of meat in. So that means we're above the threshold. We should be above it. 8 is stored right here. We also have 15 in the in the butcher. So let's actually assign another person to the granary to get more meat and food in. And then meat will also bring me in 3 of that. We still don't have a lot more polished stone, unfortunately. I'm still gonna make it so that we can sell some because we need coin. Let's actually put polished stone down to 5. And the meat is here at 25. I'm gonna put this one down to 15. On the other hand, we probably could think about stopping planks exporting, but we'll just see about that. At the very least, I'm gonna pause one of my sawmills now. That's way too many planks we have already. And there's the trader just on time. And I'm just hoping that he's purchasing some meat. He does not. There was no meat in stock. So he's purchasing primarily some polished stone and some planks. That's still a bit of money coming in. Once we reach 60 happiness again, I'm gonna go ahead and put my levies on them once more. One serf is leaving, that's because we have some unemployment rate. So I'm pretty sure that serf that is leaving, he was unemployed. Yes, he was waiting for a while to get a job, but he's not getting one, so he's leaving. The problem is I cannot afford more employment right now. It's too much. I can assign another person here, but this will also increase my upkeep for the charcoal hut, so I'm not gonna do this. I can, however, build another building workshop. The cool thing about the building workshop is that first of all, it's being built instantly, and the second thing is that we can assign builders to this, thus they're no longer unemployed, and it also does not cost me any upkeep. So as long as I'm having a problem with employing all my people, I can also just have a bunch of builder workshops here and employ them, right? They're gonna be happy, yet they're just gonna sit around as well all day, but at least I don't have to pay upkeep for it. Tell you that, the things you learn when you have to juggle your money, which is my most important thing at this point. Closing in on 60%, please, a bit faster. Ah, very nice. Also, we have now our very first commoner house. It looks so much better, doesn't it? Than a normal house that we have so far. And in that case, I could also now start taxation, but it's not gonna be so much yet, right? So as we can see, we have 2 of them, so I can put something in here to get some additional money out of them now. So this is then accumulating in this house here, and of course, they're not gonna be super happy about it, but that's gonna be fine. Oh, more immigration again. I really cannot use more people. Also, that's more mouths to feed. So I'm probably just gonna decline these people there. We cannot afford it. What I should be able to afford, though, levy tax is still pretty high. 70% is a crazy amount of happiness. So once again, we can tax our people, and this time we get 140 out of that. So this is climbing. That's a good thing. And with that, we have some money finally again available for investments. And in fact, before I actually go ahead and start with my tools production, because that is still too high, so I've deactivated the other two again. That is a bit of a mistake on my part. However, if they're deactivated, they barely cost me anything, so that's okay. What I want to do is, I want to increase the efficiency, because on this difficulty, efficiency is really crippled. And yeah, for example, upgrading my stonemason here gives me more, well, colored stone that I want to have. So that's 20 coin. Also, my tax collector means more tax income. That's something I would like to get. The village priest is something we could do. I'm not doing it just yet though. Building another bush now inside of my beautification area close to my tree actually gives me the opportunity here to, yeah, very nice. Get all three of them up. There you go. This single bush now gives the beautification area to 3 additional houses, so my commoners can then continue with their upgrading. And they're immediately starting with that. Trader comes in again. This time he should really purchase some food, please. There you go. 13 for 39. That's a lot. And he's also going to do the same thing. Probably here by my planks. Yes, made some coin out of that. Now, a new little problem appears as well, and that is that my rustic church here is constantly full now. So once again, we need to make a small adjustment here. Unfortunately, this is not possible without spending more tools again. What I can try is, let's just see. Okay, even this one costs me at least 1 tool in addition. I hate this, honestly, because we just lack exactly 1 tool that I will need to purchase again. So I'm just gonna add another building here in the back of it, a small room. This gives me a capacity of 12 again. This is the best I can do with the least amount of resources we have to spend on it. Now let's go ahead and get this one done. Otherwise we're gonna lose people again if I'm constantly at the limit for this. Now tax levy is going down again, so that means my happiness goes up. That means I could theoretically at this point go ahead and increase my taxes. I would like to try this for my normal serfs. Pushing this one gives me another 20 coin per month. Now with this we would have broken even with my expenses, and we also would probably make a small profit. The major thing is that we can pay all my upkeeps with the taxes, right? We're looking at this one here, the territory. So we are sitting at upkeep 18, 29, 39 it is. If I push all my buildings again, right? Income is 28. This should go up though. This should go really up now. I hope so at least. Another person, yeah, let's accept. So we got 3 unemployment rate. That is something I can live with. I mean, I can still assign more people here. Doesn't increase the upkeep really, right? It's just that we have some people again. Food-wise, it's okay. I would really... there it is. The trader is coming in. I would really like to sell stuff, I wanted to say. So meat is the important thing. And we can also sell some polished stone. I will, however, once again need to purchase some tools if I want to continue with my production. That would be 12. Let's keep it at 15, yes, so we have a bit of a buffer. Another problem right now is that my market is constantly out of food. The reason for this is that because of the difficulty, these workers tend to work less. And that actually leads to a downside now here. By the way, 40 coin we made, nice. And that leads to a rustic food penalty that we have right now. I need to monitor this closely. He also purchased something here again, so we made a nice profit, right? 12 coin, 13 coin, and that's it. Nice one, thank you very much. And we're seeing a 200 coin. And we are out again. Unacceptable. Even 1 stall is not enough, unfortunately. So I will need to build another market stall, because these people really don't want to work. Gonna have this one, let's just see, on the other side here, by the well. Now with that out of the way, I'm actually considering raising the taxes once again, because I want to see if I can live without raising the levies all the time. This would bring in even more coin now, and it would still be in the positive range. However, we would have a reduced happiness now 50% because of that. We'll just see where it goes from here. Okay, thanks to having the hunting huts, we are producing more boars now than we can process. So this is another thing that I would like to push a bit more. That is another butcher. Gonna have this one over here. Once again, just beside the other butcher, really. We already have some paths here. So I would just like to have him here beside the path. There you go. This will cost me some tools again. That's okay though, because we can get the money in by selling tools again. The next trader, I'm gonna make sure that we really purchase now all the necessary tools this time around. Next on the line, finally, clothing. Let's unlock it. Now, it's for me really hard to decide right now what we should do. Tool production or more industry. For now, it's actually working fine to just import a bit of tools every time we use them and sell a few other things. So especially a lot of meat is being sold right now. The thing is, I would like to open up another trade route for us, and that's middle trade route over there. And middle would like to purchase common clothes. So if we produce them, and they also purchase tools. So we need 20 cloth to unlock this, and then we can sell tools and clothes together with meat and polished stone. So this would be a good business opportunity for us here to make some decent money out of this. So that's my goal. With the tools, with the cloth production up and running, we can now build a sheep farm. Out of that comes the weaver hut, and out of that comes then the tailor's workshop. Now the sheep farm, let's get it going over here somewhere. Just behind that we can have then the sheep farms. Together with that, we are also going to need then the weaver hut. I'm also pushing this one here. Now, it's a bit hard to see right now because of all the trees, but of course, it's clearing over time, right? So building now our weaver shop then here. That's weaver shop number 1. We're probably going to build a second one. And then we can have the tailor workshop. Now, the cool thing about the tailor workshop is it does not cause any pollution. So this is one of those buildings that we can have safely here just beside my normal residences, right? Just fine without actually having to go with any penalty or anything like that. So this is a great location for this building. The costs for this are exorbitant though. So we just paid over 120 coin on this. That's something you just need to take, right? We want to open up more trade. There's no other way for me to get more money out of this here, right? So we need to get more exports going. Let's actually get the sheep farm as our priority. And that should be golden. Another thing we might be thinking about soon now also is then another territory for more housing. So we got these here running right now. For upgrades is fine. We're not building. We're not exploiting this one here for now. So we could have another house in here. And I'm thinking about that strongly right now. So let's go ahead and open up this new space here as well for some building. And probably over here, just along the main road towards... that actually causes pollution. We are out of space. That's just the reality of it. One more house, it's immediately being placed here, and that's it. Now, with so many builder huts, the construction is rather quick. So the tailor is already finished. The same goes with my weaver hut. But the one that I'm putting the highest priority on actually takes the longest. So that's something I need to wait on. Finally, the sheep farm is there, but the next problem, these sheep do not produce from day 1. Nope, in fact, it takes some time. Now, well, the cool thing is we now have 20 common clothes and we can, well, upgrade our trade route. The bad thing is, well, we are stuffed with all the resources here. So the whole industry hall is full. That's because we need to wait on traders every time. And that's because I can't invest my money into anything else. So it's just so funny how different the high difficulty settings are with this game than the normal difficulty settings, right? There's a new trader coming in once again. So he's just going to purchase one of my 177 meat, hopefully, to make us a bit more money out of that. There you go. 320 coin we have. On the other hand, I've also figured out that it's better to have a low taxation going and just levy my people from time to time, right? There's way more money coming in this way, so I'm just gonna keep a low tax, and every time we go up to 60-70% happiness, I just levy my people again and get money out of that. Now, anyway, we have now 20 common clothes, so I can unlock middle trade route. Woohoo, there it is. And with that, we're also pushing for 40 on the prosperity, right? So just a bit more, and we could already go for tier 3 at this point. That's lovely. Of course, that's far away. What we want to do here now is we want to levy what we just got out of that, and that is selling the clothes. Now, I could, in fact, get the clothes for my people, right? My commoners, the upgraded people. We got a few more thanks to the tailor and the weaver, because these need to be commoners, right? They want goods, they want that, but it's not enough people yet, so I'm not gonna waste my goods on them. I'm actually going to say, put the common clothes in my warehouse and then start selling them. And yeah, sell everything above 0. I'm just gonna push them out of my storages for a discount price because I want money. And in this case, that's number 1. The other thing that we have now with that amount of money and a bit of workforce well, we can start our tools production finally. Holy cow, it took me some time, but now we can go with the smelter. And yeah, let's have the smelter here by the charcoal kiln. It's just crazy how many trees we have here. I might need to stop the reforestation. There you go, 50 coin that costs me. And then we're having the blacksmith, that's another 50 coin. And I'm gonna go ahead and have the blacksmith also here, just along the main road that we have there, right? And just somewhere here. There you go. These buildings are gonna be quite expensive for us. And yes, you know, I don't even see my industry zone. Let's stop with the wood cutting, and especially, where's my reforester? There it is. Let's stop with the reforestation here, because this is now gonna be industry zone. I don't want to reforest in my industry zones. We can still safely reforest over here and over here especially, right? So this is all fine. You just go ahead with this. There you go. But please don't do it up there anymore. By the way, let's chop, right? So let's chop the trees here. I want to see my industry zone. There you go. Making a bit of room. I actually like the trees that we have there. They will not last forever, but let's just keep them for now. Okay, so that's gonna be a lot again. By the way, a few more people moved in, but we needed so much workforce that I'm down to my second builder workshop now. We still have the number 1, but we still have 2 reserve peoples available that we can use. Alright, there's actually 2 more people coming in. They're greatly appreciated. Hello, thank you very much for joining. You're gonna be my blacksmiths. By the way, it's the details that matter. I really don't like that those people... Oh, okay. I wanted to make a forbidden zone here, but you know, that's the edge of my territory. So this path actually is valid for now. Otherwise, I would have made a forbidden zone here, so the path would go slightly bended. But for now, that's not possible because we're simply out of space in this rare area. That's okay though. What I would like to do is, I would like to, once we have the tools, expand my church again, because we are limited again. And we need more people, because the more people we have, the more people I can levy. And speaking about that, let's have a look. We're getting... Oh, a lot of people would leave. 4 commoners might leave. Why is that? Refined food, but we have 100... Oh yeah, we probably will need another market stall for the refined food alone. Unfortunately, those villages really don't like to work. Let's just check it out. I'm gonna make a whole block of refined food just here. Alright, so these 2 will refine food, then we have that, and then we probably will also need a goods stall, honestly. So we should have this. That's still the food stall though. There it is, goods market, 50 coin, I'm waiting. Iron smelter finished, let's assign 2 people to that and start the iron ingot production finally. And yeah, also they're clearing now the paths here in the industry zone, because I really can't see a thing. And that's really a loud area. And also, there is my blacksmith consuming now coal and iron ingots to produce tools out of that. The cool thing about tools is that my trade rod here will also like to purchase tools. 3 coin. That's quite a lot. So I can make it so that we can sell now tools. And I'm gonna say sell everything above... Let's make it 30, because you usually always need tools, right? And this way we are gonna make sure that we always have tools for our production, but at the same time we can sell. And now I don't need to import tools anymore. That is a great day indeed. What we need to work out though is we need to upgrade them. That's absolutely mandatory, otherwise their production bonus is very low, right? So I think it also counts for the smelter. Yes, the smelter also needs to be upgraded. So I need more housing. Can't work my way around that anymore. We need it. And the thing is, I don't have space. We could work up here. Entirely possible. And I'm probably doing it. So we are probably still using this area here now to get me a full block of people out again. There you go. Let's make this cleaner. And on that side I could also work it out, or we're just flat out buying a new territory. And I've been thinking about this for a while anyway. There you go, we got it. It would look just so much better with it. Let's accept those people. And let's also apply this area here to some more space. So first of all, what I can do now is I can now say, please don't walk this path. Right, this is forbidden. Go around that, please. Right, something like that. So they should make their path then on around that. Okay, that's number 1. The other thing I would like to do now is having the neighborhood expanded. And we're gonna use this painting for that. Now, it's gonna be important that this is a quarry zone though, right? So we will need to keep some distance to it. Like so. We probably will cut into it a bit, but for now this should be fine then. Okay, just along the rocky formation there. And I probably... That's the manor house. Probably don't want to have more. What we can do though, what I should be doing is my ornaments. We need more housing for my commoners. So this is my commoner block for now, right? I would like to keep this. So as we can see, if I push this ornament in now, we actually merge them and thus increase the radius for this, right? So I would like to do this and have now this one here merged together with that. Getting a bigger zone out of it. And I'm also pushing another bush down here. Think. And here. Just some smaller bushes really. That's all we need. And this will now provide then these houses here as commoners. That's the important thing. And this one's already upgrading. We need the housing, otherwise those people are not gonna be happy with us. Since we have the coins, since we have the clothes, yes, let's also activate the goods market. We're gonna get more and more commoners now. And that means I need to provide more services. And that is now also at the market a goods store. And that's my clothing that we're gonna get out of this. Where should we have it? Yeah, probably here. By the well. And on top of that, let's also expand the church once again. We have now a steady supply of tools coming in, so I'm feeling a bit more safe with that. We probably could basically just increase the size of this. Yes, this would be very little cost. We also need to increase the size of the tower though with that. And then we could work with... this would be 12. This is just too tempting to not do it. And we could probably make a cross here. If I push this one in and this one in, that would still look absolutely fine. And this one we probably will need to push a bit further outside so that we have this cross shape here of that church, right? And that's 8 tools. The rest I don't care so much about that. But it's gonna be a major expansion to my church. And with that we can invite more people in. Now we really have a happy population at this point. Yes, we can now increase the levies without anyone leaving. And we get 200 coin out of that. A new record, by the way. Perfect. It's a lot of money. Food is fine. The clothing will be glorious now for my happiness. And we're gonna consume a lot of wood here too. By the way, have we had a trader so far? I don't think we had a trader from middle so far. Nope. Oh yeah, we did. He actually purchased tools and clothes. There is now my goods workshop and we're gonna assign it for the common clothes. And this is gonna make people happy once again. Holy cow! Montclair is changing, right? I hope you enjoyed this one. Foundation on the highest difficulty, and we continue onwards in the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Foundation once again, to Foundation Extreme, and we continue with, well, some trading finally that is happening. Also our latest trade route that we've opened up is coming in and immediately purchasing clothes from us, a very high quality product that we're producing here. And also the other trader is coming in as well. We have lots of meat to sell. And I think he's just going for all the meat. Yep, he's going for lots of it. Also purchases that. And, well, we don't need any tools anymore since we're producing them ourselves now. So this is really just a net income at this point. Of course, we still have to pay for workforce. We still have to pay for the upkeep of these buildings. But outside of that, it's a nice profitable business so far. And one of our main sources of income, despite my levies, of course. As of the last episode, Montclair finally has a tools production. It is super expensive to build this one and to also yeah, have it maintained. In that case, what I can see though is right now that we are constantly lacking now iron ingots. That's because the iron smelter is not keeping up with it. So what I would like to do right away is promote a bunch of villagers again that are serfs to commoners, because this will push their output significantly when it comes to the production of iron ingots, for this case here, for example. Can we do the same thing? We could do the same thing for the charcoal hut, but as we can see, this is not providing me with any additional production bonus, right? So this is a building primarily aimed for serfs, whereas the iron smelter is best suited for commoners. These commoners, well, they live then in our latest neighborhood over here. So this is really just a commoner neighborhood now, fully developed for now at least. And yeah, providing then homes for these. If they don't have a home, they leave the city at some point, right? So we always need to provide homes for these. Also, my church expansion is coming along. And as we can see, we have now 66 capacity in it. Another 2 people join, up to 68 capacity now. What I would like to do with my building resources that we have, I would like to continue now expanding my manor house bit. That's because we want to get more labor splendor points, right? So right now we are a bit low on that. There we have them. And the next levels that would give me the tavern, they would especially give me a treasury. That is something we will need to get soon now, since I want to make more money. And it also gives me the bailiff that will allow us to survey minerals, and that is also something I want to get cracking. So let's just see what we can do here for my manor house. I would like to add a smaller tower now to this one, somewhere over here, probably somewhere in the back of it. We could also make it in the center. Let's make it a bit taller for sure. Then we can also turn it around so that the windows are looking properly. One thing I will need to do for my trading is I will need to turn off planks now. The reason for that is that planks take away the volume that we export, and planks is only worth 1/3 of what meat brings in, right? So I don't wanna use the volume for planks when I can use the volume for the full meat as well, since we are constantly full of meat now. Yeah, let's have a minimum of 30, and the rest we can sell. That's a lot. Another levy can be raised. This is very much appreciated. That's over 200 coins now we're getting out of this. There you go, leading to 400 that we have at the moment. Very nice. But as we can see, we only have a limit of 500. So we should not get above that. Now, one thing is clear, we need more iron, we need more coal to get a better tools production out. So I need to get this iron deposit in here somehow, right? Because that's the only other iron deposit we have in my territory right now. And bear in mind, look at that. A territory, what does it cost me now? 20 coin on the upkeep, so it's doubled already. We need to be super careful, otherwise I could lose my money again really quickly. So what I would like to do here is, I would like to use this, even though it doesn't look pretty for now. It's only 200 iron ore that we have there though. So we get rid of this quickly, and as you can see, despite having a pollution, it doesn't outright negatively affect the houses here, only if we're getting too close. So now this one here gets affected, and if I build this one down here, this one gets affected negatively, but that's okay, right? No building gets negatively affected if I place it here. So I would like to do this to get a bit more iron out. We need to do the same thing about the coal. Now for the coal, I do have a bit of a problem because coal chops away trees. So where should we do this? I'm thinking about this area here right now because we want to get rid of the trees here at some point eventually. We also have this tree, this forest here that I want to get rid of, but that's once again outside of my territory, and that is hunting grounds right now. So in this case, I can't do that. So it's that area here for my next coal production, more or less, right? We could have it somewhere here. Or actually, let's place it down somewhere here. So it's still close enough to my industry zone, right? That we have this going. And this one here will take care of these trees then here. Let's make this one a wood cutting area again, right? And then especially also this area here that I want to chop. And the charcoal burner should take care of this. So with this, we're doubling our input here now because we are not producing enough. So the smelter constantly needs to wait for either coal or iron to come in. And we can't allow that permanently. Yeah, but tools are still coming in, right? That's a great thing. And we can use them for our latest construction now, the charcoal hut and the camp down here. That's another 4 tools, quite a lot. Now, another thing we should really get started now is the bread production. This is tricky once again because we need open fields for that, open area, and we don't have any, right? So once again, we still have this area here available that we could use totally. That is fine. And we have lots of space over here in this territory, right? But once again, we would need to purchase that. There's also some iron here, berry bushes. It wouldn't be the worst territory to expand to next. What I can see right now. The reason for that is we really want to start upgrading our trade routes to get the volume up. Right now it's not a high volume, it's only 20 per trade. We want to boost this one. Improve the Northbury trade route will cost me 50 bread, right? We need that. And the middle trade route needs 100 polished stone. Now the polished stone we already have in place, that production, but it's still going to take some time. The Northbury trade route, the 50 bread, is something we need to get cracking soon. Alright, charcoal burner number 2 is up. The same goes now with my iron camp. The iron camp only has space for 2 people. That's not a lot. So in this case, iron ore is very slow to come in. So let's open up our progression next. There's actually 2 things I would like to unlock. The first one is the farming. And with that we have the bread production. And the other one is edicts. Our very first one we can implement with that. That's 100 coin we spent on these progressions. For this we can now go ahead and let's actually start with the edict, right? There it is now, our very first one. We can implement up to 3 of them and they give me some certain bonuses that are actually pretty valuable. My very first edict would be the careful planning. Refund 50% of the tools used after constructing a building part. That's really powerful, especially since we're going to expand our manor house, we're expanding our church, we're expanding our monastery at some point, and all of these cost a lot of tools. So we are basically getting 50% reduction of tool consumption with that. Super nice. I'm going to implement this right away. The other one is the bailiff here. That is also really nice because this reduces the cost of every mandate by 50%. So that would mean that we only need 50 polished stone instead of 100, for example, for our trade route upgrade. So these are the ones that I would like to go ahead with. Someone is blocked by something. No, I don't see anyone blocked here. Next is now my wheat farm. Yeah, I hope this is enough space, honestly. We'll just see. Let's get the wheat farm going somewhere here, right? And if it's not enough, we'll need to move it. I really don't want to purchase this territory just yet. It's just so much money again that we lose, and I can't afford all of this. We should also get then a windmill going. I would love to have the windmill up here somewhere. It just looks fantastic, I think. Having this one close by. Perhaps instead of this house here, this could work out. But let's build the wheat farm first. Workforce is always great. Thank you very much. And with that, we have reached prosperity level 50 and unlocked tier 3 content. That would be now especially the wheat farm improvement and another edict that we can get sooner or later. Also, we can now have the stonemason hut improvement. That's probably one of my most important ones here. Yeah, the beer production, commonwealth production, that's all not so important. Okay, there's already my wheat farm. Let's assign 2 people to that and start painting the crop field. And yeah, this is not going to be easy. Bit of space we have, after all. Okay, this would be adequately sized now for 2 people. But of course, we want to have 3 people here at some point. Too large, it tells me. Can we push in here? Yeah, we can still push a bit into that. I still need to have another farmer, so that's another builder, let's call him. Getting this one in. And this is adequately sized. Hooray! Absolutely fantastic. Loving that. And with that, we don't have a problem here right now. I don't really have fencing. Let's go ahead and get me the fencing out there. The village fences. This only cost me 25 coin. And it's a pretty important or pretty useful improvement. Because this one allows me to kind of like structure the path here that we have. Right? This is the exit path where people leave my town. So we're going to structure it so that they don't trample over my fields. Right? Just going to make a tiny fence there so that that path continues. And this is enough. I'm really surprised at that, honestly. Very nice. Now, next in line, we have the flour mill. This one produces then the flour, and then we have the bakery for the bread production. It's all a bit far away from the granary, unfortunately, but it can't be helped, right? We already have the fields over there. There's really not that much more space here. So I'm gonna go ahead and have my my flour mill right across it. So we're just gonna cut it into this one. That's a very expensive construction, so we will need to wait on that. And then we can have the bakery. And the bakery is super expensive, like 10 tools, 20 stone and 20 planks. And it will also cost me 7 on the upkeep, right? Also, it cost me 50 in construction. Really, really expensive, but very, very useful. And this is a stone deposit. And the bakery is something that we can actually have in the village itself, right? Because it's totally fine to have something like that here. It's not pollution. It is producing bread for the people of Montclair. So this is something, we probably could even have it by the market. I think this would make the most sense. So let's go ahead and place us the bakery over here, just by our village square right now, our village market area. And, you know, travel time should be fine. They're not going to be super efficient, of course, but they will be fine. 17 tools, down to 7 now again, since we're consuming it, but that's okay. We got a nice tools production. At this point, they're still waiting for the iron ingots. And we're still also waiting for some iron ore, so that's still not up to the task, really. We'll just see. I really can't afford another iron smelter, though. That would be overkill. Yeah, with that, we have now a negative balance again. I hope that we can rectify this soon. The levy mandate is almost gone again, so we can raise some additional taxes again soon. Next, there it is, our windmill. Has all the resources in. What a tight space. Let's just check it out. There's really no way for me to get rid of that forest here at the moment. And there it is, also our flour mill. Let's assign 1 miller for now, right? It's still gonna take quite some time before the wheat is coming in, because they're just now starting to plant the fields. So this will take some time, especially since, yeah, they're all not very motivated, unfortunately. Took some time, but there it is, our very first harvest of Montclair for wheat. The miller is waiting for it, and what we can also do now is assign the bakers to that. Yeah, let's go with those 3 again. I need to be a bit careful how many more people I accept. For now, let's go ahead, have the bakery working with that, right? So they're waiting now for the flour, getting the water from the local well, and then produce the bread out of that. And that bread we can then use for, yeah, storage. It's the last storage now we use in my granary for now. The reason for this is why we want to have it here, if I find it. There it is. Looks a bit similar to cheese. The reason for that is we want to have it stored so we can use it for upgrading our trade routes. Yeah, let's also get a second miller in, so this is sped up. And the last 2 we could use once again as a buffer in my builder workshops, so they don't leave us. Oh, we don't have anyone anymore. Perfect. Yeah, upkeep is killing us a bit right now, so it's 155 right now, and the tax is only 110, so we're not making enough taxes right now to get up with the keep. So the trading is a bit, and the mandates are my primary source of income. So these 3 here. Trade is really low though, right? That's why we want to get the volume up. Now, the windmill is working. We're producing flour, and it's being delivered already to the local bakery. Now, since we have some resources, what I would like to do is now looking at my manor house again. The reason for this is we want to reach level 2 now here. That would be 25 splendor points. And we only have 0. And we want to go for the village fortifications here that unlocks us the watch post. And this in turn allows us then to upgrade the houses to medium density housing. That is something I want to do because it saves us space as more people can be squeezed into these houses. Let's have a look how we can do this. That would be the splendor points, right? And we do have a bunch of options here, right? So we can get this weather vein in. Let's just check it out up there. I could even go with 2 of them, like so. Then we have a simple passageway. We do have a stable fence, a wood shed. All right. I mean, it's really looking like a crappy little manor house right now. A roofed stable. Oh, for sure. We can have this one just here by the entrance. This is where... Oh, can we actually attach it? We could attach it to that. Probably want to have it somewhere here. together with that shed somehow. Let's have a look. Stable fence. That is also something. So this is all for the horses, right? This is just a little area here. This would give me 18 points already, right? So it is entirely possible to reach it. A rustic shed, that's not enough. We could have another, honestly, another roof shed over here. So we're just moving all of this a bit further to the back here. So this would be 22 points now, right? And actually, I think we should build this now. The weather vane is actually giving me the most here. There you go, right? Let's build it. It's not about aesthetics at this point. We are far away from to be able to afford aesthetics. It's all about those labor splendor points. This will breach us, right? So this will bring us to the next level here. Very good. And with that, I can get the watch post going. But this whole construction will take time. And a lot of planks too. 40. Yeah, I'm super hesitant about this. But everyone that we take in, of course, increases my food consumption, but at the same time increases my tax revenue. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, housing requirement goes up though, of course. Yeah, that's a good income there for the meat, but it's not a very good volume so far. Got the first bread out too. First 5 bread are in, and with that we have a total storage of 10 bread now. That was quick. So we're not that far away from being able to upgrade our trade routes here. And there it is, labor tier 2 has been reached with the construction of it, and with that we can now then push for the village fortifications. One more thing, let's get the gathering hut number 3 online, because we are running out of berries as far as I can see, so we need to work on that. Also, another problem comes up, and that is my stonecutter camp over here will be running out of stone soon, right? So from the 400 original, we're down to 69 only now. That is something, and we already have our next stone deposit over there. That is possible. So I'm gonna go ahead and build me a stonecutter camp already. This will cause some pollution, but that's okay. And let's use it just here beside this road that where you know, all the travelers are getting through. For now, it's also once again just a temporary camp. The main problem here for the windmill really is that there's not enough wheat coming in, right? So this is the main culprit here. We need a second wheat farm at some point soon. But we got 20 bread already, nice. Finally, we have the bread, but I'm not gonna use it just yet, because before we can do this, we need a bailiff, right? Only with the bailiff can we upgrade a trade route. So now we have also the influence points. You're getting them through trade, since on this difficulty there are no missions, right? No missions coming in. They usually give you lots of influence points. This time, only way to get the influence points in is trading. So it's a very long process actually. And we're getting this one in with Northbury since we're allied with them, right? So every trade we do gives me 1 or 2 points from time to time. Not always though. And the same thing applies here to Middle, where we're getting some Clergy influence points in from time to time. So these are the most important ones here. With the bread, we could unlock Davenport for us. They will purchase bread. They would purchase boar actually. That is interesting. At the very least, we would get kingdom points out of them. I'm not gonna use them yet though, because yeah, there's not really much that we can sell them to. Also, they wouldn't give me anything of value. Down the road here, we have then ones that we can purchase with points straight away, like Trotbury. And I think Trotbury is gonna be a very nice one here for us, especially since they want polished stone, bread, and clothes. So those are things we can sell easily. However, for now though, we need the bailiff and also some other things, like the villager fortification. Which one should we go first? I can only go with one of them. I think we're gonna start with the bailiff, because this gives me now the upgrade. The upgrade itself for the trade route will take quite some time. And in this case here, let's just get the new sub-building in, and that's the bailiff's office. And it's a tiny building. In this case here, I think a tower should be fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and get me a tower finally. A major one or a minor one? Let's go with the minor one. Costs me a bit less, and we can have a nice juicy tower now here for the manor house overlooking the village perhaps. Let's just check it out where we can have it. This is not looking great. I'm thinking about the center here, right? It would cost me a bit more because we need to make it taller, but that's how it would look then. Cozy or not? The thing that I would actually like to do though is we can push the bailiff's office somewhere here, because it doesn't need to be attached to the main building, right? As far as I can see, we have everything done for it. Requires the light fortification because it's still in the area of the manor house, right? And it would give fortification to the surrounding area, which once again is very helpful for us. We already have the commoners here, so I probably would like to push them here, right? So let's have the bailiff's office for my next district then. The only thing that we need here is an entry, an entrance. Somewhere on the side, somewhere here, probably here. Let's just see that we can make this work so that we get all of them in while it still looks kind of like okay. This looks good actually, because we have it at this point now, right? Yeah. Make it a bit smaller perhaps again. This reduces though its radius, but that's still okay. Let's build this one here, the bailiff's office. So we are kind of getting two things in again that we absolutely need. That's the light fortification and then also our bailiff, right? And the light fortification is actually needed then for the patrol coverage as well, so that we can upgrade the density of the housing. So that's this district here and then this district here that we can upgrade with that. We need to use it like that because I really want to keep my upkeeps low. We're losing money constantly if it's not for the levy, right? And the levy I can't use that often. Another person would like to join. How's my food looking? It's okay. We do lose meat, I think, at this point. Let's invite. How's my housing unhappiness? It's at -3. That means not too many people are homeless yet, that it makes any difference really, right? Another thing I could work out for these guys here then already is a bit of a beauty zone. So let's just see if I have my... If I have a little park here, how many would we be able to get in? Let's just build the first tree. We're gonna have another tree, make it so that we can actually combine them. There you go. This will cost me 20 each, so we gotta be very careful there again. Those two trees, then some bushes. They're very helpful because they're cheap and they also increase the decoration area, right? So if I push it here, look at that, how big it gets at this point. Just having some bushes around those trees makes all the difference. I'm gonna do this over here too. Wait a second, there it is. And yeah, that's quite a beauty area already. And we build it just like that. And all of them have it now, and all of them could or will actually upgrade. This will be expensive though. We can afford it. We have also 20 tools at this point. So that's working out. Also, very nice, the bailiff has been finished. And we can now decide who should be our city bailiff of Montclair. And as we can see, they also have bonuses, right? So Fridolin here would give me a job learning speed increase by 10%. Heather would give me a trade price bonus of 10% from villages with Clergy, Kingdom and Labor Allegiance. So basically with all of them. So yeah, I like to go with that because that's 10% more income coming out of my exports. Bailiff is there, and what we can do now with the bailiff, finally, okay, we could prospect now mineral deposits. Not gonna do that just yet. We could also spend coin to get influence points directly. That's pretty great. And we can also now improve the Northbury trade route. And we're gonna invest our 50 bread into this, and she is now doing the task. It's gonna take up to 10 days for her to finish it, and then we have a higher volume out of our trade routes. How very nice. Also, we do have 6 influence points again. So that means I can go ahead and get my village fortification now. There you go. And with that we get a watch post and we get the patrol finally. And that is once again something very useful. Let's check it out. And as you can see, we can now make a patrol area. It is actually giving me also a light fortification area, right? A fortification area. But in this case, it also gives me then a patrol. And that's the main thing that I want to get out of this tower here. So let's place it so that we get a good amount of people in. I think over here should be fine. This is just for fortification, right? We're not at the patrol yet. There you go. And now we can also build the watch post at the manor house. Once again, that's something that we could push up here, right? So we can also get these guys in again. And that's probably what I'm gonna do. So with that, we can implement the light fortification bonus for these guys, right? And we just need a smaller entrance again. Oh, we will need to turn the whole thing. There you go. Right, and these guys are getting now boosted, and on top of that, we're getting our very first watch post. That is just perfect. Don't forget, we haven't started upgrading the manor house just yet, right? This is something that is a luxury. That is something we can do later. Right now, I want to increase the quality of my housing and the density especially, so we don't need to build that many houses again. Housing penalty goes up and up at the moment, so that's that. Where's my bailiff, by the way? Traveling to Northbury at the moment. Now we have a bunch of bread. What can we do with that? Bread is refined food, so it would be a nice addition to my market because people like bread. We could also sell it. So either we get the happiness bonus and get more levies, or we sell it with the trade routes and get direct money in from that. Bread is worth at the moment if we want to export it, and now let me just check. We can't even export it. Where was my trade export, bread export? There it is, right? With the Davenport, so we need to spend the bread and then we can sell the bread, but it's only worth 2 coin. I rather use it on the market, honestly. So I'm gonna go ahead and build me another food market, and it's gonna be for bread. And where should we have it? It's getting a bit full here right now. It's of course only our very first smaller village market. There's gonna be a bigger one as well at some point. Let's place it here. This one we probably will need to push outside a bit. It's blocking the way. And look at those food stalls, they're all empty. What's going on here? The meat is empty. The berries are empty. But we have them? Yeah, we have them actually stored here. Let's assign another person to the granary, so they do a better job at transporting. The same goes with the warehouse. There's my next food stall, and let's assign the bread to this one and the market tender. Taking care of the bread now. That's my second type of refined food. Also, our very first watch post. I'm very happy about this. Now, there's 2 different type of people we can employ into the watch post now. The first one is the patroller and the other one is the watchman. This one here provides the fortification then. But I need the patroller, in fact, to get the patrols going. And for this, we can also now set a patrolling area where the patroller is then going around. And I would like to start here with my commoner district. Right, so we're getting that message then. And I would also like to start with these districts here. The inner districts that we have, basically, right? Perhaps we can squeeze in this one too. And that's it. I think this will be enough for one already. Perhaps we might even need another patroller as well. By the way, we should upgrade her to make it more efficient. Right, and this now gives me the light patrol coverage. There it's coming in. So we're gonna get some mighty upgrades soon. Do I have the building materials for that? Actually, I do. We have tools, we have planks, and we have stone. The most important one will be this area here, I guess, for my first upgrades as well. What we could think about here is we could add a sub-building, a watch post, to this tax office, right? That's actually a pretty neat thing to do. It's a tiny building here. This would be, I think, enough already. Yes. Building it like this. It looks strange, doesn't it? Looks just very strange indeed. Can we do it like that? This looks even stranger. So we might... Oh, this okay. If I go like this and at the same time expand my tower a bit. Right. That's actually... It almost looks like a church. And this one is now providing an additional patroller then. And also, perhaps even... Wait a second, while we're at it. Tax collector capacity. Yeah, let's do it like this. Because with that, we can assign a second tax collector to this building. And on top of that, another patroller. I love the modular building system in this game. Okay, 2 people unemployed. Let's assign them to the builder workshop. So that they don't leave us anytime soon. So how's it going now? How's it going? Okay, we get lots of upgrades here right now because of the... Oh yeah, there it is, our first medium density housing now. This is an upgrade of 20 planks only. So I can see that we're gonna need a lot of planks. My second sawmill is already active again. That's important. These people have now also the fortification then and the beautification already. They will upgrade as well at some point. Montclair is now a town. Holy cow, we've leveled up again. Very nice. That's because we have now, yeah, medium density housing. There it is. It's consisting of 2 sheds. Don't forget, this is the version of the low quality medium density housing. If we upgrade this to medium quality medium density housing, it looks a bit different again. We should be able to see this here actually, yep, because these have the medium quality bonus and they will get the upgrade then too. Now, as we can see, there's 6 people that we can squeeze in, and just compare that to the 2 that in a normal house live, right? It's not like double, it's like triple occupants in here. Very nice. Also makes it easier for my tax collector to get more money in at the same time. I mean, you can't see it, but I'm actually shivering of excitement. Basically, the whole body is shaking at this point with all the potential incomes we're getting out of this. Now, I'm just waiting for the patrol coverage. That's the major problem that we're going to face, I think. Because one patroller really is not enough, even though we upgraded her already. There it is also. Improving trade routes with Northbury was fantastic. And with that, we can now push up to 50 goods instead of 20. And with that, we can also sell more goods. That's especially true for the meat. And for this, I would probably also like to push another butchery. By the way, we lack a butcher. Interesting. Probably someone left at some point or reassigned. And this is gone. So we need the meat now rolling, really. More than ever, right? So that's going to be a lot of additional volume. And I will need to make sure that we can meet that. So let's just check it out with the planks. 82. I'm going to increase the minimum stock now to 60 for the planks. And I'm going to do the same thing for my... Actually, coming close, we're also going to push to 10 now. And the meat, there it is. I'm going to say, let's have 70 as my minimum, right? So I have time to react in case we're getting lower than that. That's one thing. This one's finished. We're getting now 2 patrollers out of that for this whole area, and there they are already. Gonna take some time again for all of this to be covered. Over here, we're finally getting our very first medium quality, medium density housing. This brings in another 3 places. And also, holy shoot, it costs 40 planks. That's very expensive. There's another upgrade now happening. So that's already 80 planks we consume just with these 2 constructions now. Also, the very first upgraded trade is gonna happen now. There's the trader coming in. Let's just see what he's doing, how much he's purchasing of my meat. And yeah, 25, that's way more than before, bringing in 83 coin. And he's also getting planks. That was probably a bad thing for us. Should not have gone with that, as we are needing all the planks right now. Off he goes again. He also sold us some tools there, because we still have the 15 tools threshold going for a bargain price, really. So far so good. I'm really excited for Montclair. I hope you are too. As we're making some very good progress right now. It's gonna take a while for these districts here to upgrade, right? There's a lot of additional medium density housings now coming along. And with that, we should also see a nice income in tax revenue. And at some point, we might consider now also expanding towards the ocean then, because we still don't have ocean access. What a shame. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Foundation. Take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy Foundation on the highest difficulty possible. And we continue with, our upgradings, our neighborhood upgradings. Boosting the neighborhood, that is, with juicy level 2 density and level 2 quality housing. This will be very good for my commoners, and that's very important because we need more commoners. I mean, right now, the thing is, I think you can't stop upgrading buildings, right? So once everything has been met, they're just going to upgrade automatically. This is of course draining me right now of my construction materials. It's good that we had a lot of planks, because with that we were able to push a lot of upgrades right away, but now we're stuck. I do have my 2 sawmills here. We need to make sure though that we have enough wood coming in constantly. So that's my 2 lumber camps over there. So that we're not running out of building materials right now. Gonna be exciting how they look then when they're finished. There it is already, right? So that's taller buildings now. That's a level 2 building already with 6 people now living in it. Primarily, hopefully, commoners. Speaking about commoners, we have the money. I would like to go ahead and upgrade them now. Promote villagers. Because at this point, we have a lot of upgrades possible. That's especially true here for the blacksmith. The butchers, for sure, we want to upgrade. So each one of them costs me 20 coin. Gotta make sure that we're not, you know, going crazy on this too much. A tailor. The patrollers... Let's have one of them. I want to keep the patrol coverage up, of course. A weaver, very important. Another 20 coin. And baker. Let's have one baker at least upgraded. The bailiff. Yeah, I don't care about the bailiff so much right now. With that, we're down to 100 coin again. Gotta make sure that we probably will levy my people. I mean, we're at 72 happiness. Why not? Brings me in 300 coin, but 2 commoners might leave because they're unhappy. What? Probably because we just leveled them up. Let's wait just a minute before we upgrade, before we get the levy in. Right? We're also coming close to 100 people now living in Montclair. That's gonna be a nice threshold and probably a moment where we stop and we'll just fortify our productions. I can already see that we need that for the meat. So I should work on another hunting camp. Where do we have the hunting grounds? We don't have any. That's the problem, right? So it's out here. I could expand now into this territory for more hunting. This one is possible. Do we have hunting here? Yes, there would be hunting in this area, so that would make sense to me. Also, we get access to the ocean with this territory. Makes it interesting for me twofold. However, there's fish. Okay, this happened in my last playthrough too. The fish is usually always at the border of these territories. I hate it because it's never really clear on which side of the territory the fish is now. Yeah, if it's there, it's nice. If not, then not. We get the hunting grounds. That would be the important thing here. For more meat. Also, it's close to my industry zone. That's another advantage, I guess. Also, berry bushes would be there. Another nice addition is this one here because of the farm fields that we're getting out of that. Right. But let's go for this territory, honestly. It just gives me the most of what I need. Also, it's bordering already to mine. 20 upkeep is a lot though. So we need to be careful there. Okay, only 1 commoner leaves now. So I'm just gonna wait a bit further. Let's invite 2 more people in. I want to reach the 100. The next upgrades have been finished. These houses, and they also have a tax capacity of up to 60 now. By the way, we're still not really taxing my commoners that much, right? I could start with that because we have a lot of them now. We have 20 commoners and they just pay more per commoner. Also, we're providing goods to them, so they're happy. It's all fine. Okay, let's get the levy in. 400 coin. Very nice. And we can use that coin now to purchase this next territory for us. There you go. And with that, also access to... Unfortunately, not this forest here just yet, but it's gonna come in at some point. And for these here, let's remove the hunting ground as much as possible, so we really just have the boars in, and then we have this whole area there. Yeah, we can have probably 2 hunting huts there just to get the meat in. And I would also like to continue now cutting more trees away without replanting them, right? Because we want to open up more space, and we probably could also do it somewhere in here. Let's get rid of these trees there while we can. By the way, that's a really big territory, right? Now, the moment of truth as well is... Do we have it? It looks like it's in our territory. That would mean that we could get fish in. I would probably like to do this. Yep, let's get a fisherman hut out. Our very first one. And it's gonna be... Yeah, some over there. I mean, it does totally look out of place, right? But that's how it goes. Just beside that road here. Speaking about that road, can we have a forbidden zone now? No, still not possible. I mean, actually, this looks fine, but this looks crappy. So, you know, having a... We could redirect the road a bit, but for now, let's just keep it like that. There's also iron in here. That is pretty neat. I think no stone, though. This one? This is outside of it. There is no stone deposit in here, but at least a new iron source that we have on top of that. Let's continue with our hunting hut, the next one. And yeah, we can definitely have it over here. The next one for the boars. And of course, I will also need a third butcher, and we will have it then also just here in this butcher block that we have over here for our expansion. Ah, there's the fisher. Let's assign it. It's only one person. This will not be profitable. I could try to make a second fisher hut since several of them can use one node. I think the fish is also endless, right? So there's no number on it. This should really work out, and we'll just see. There she is. And she's going for it. Great stuff. We have fish. That's another nice resource for rustic food. Gives a bit of food variety. Also, it had to happen at some point. We ran out of stone here. So we only have one stonecutter camp now that is active. And this one is the 278 stone that we have over there. These guys here are actually going over to this one right now. So there are in fact 6 people working on this one, because there is the stonecutter camp right next to it as well. Yeah, problematic, right? Looking at my stone cuts, so at my stone deposits, there's really this one, but that's 2 territories away. This one is 1 territory. Okay, so this one we could probably get next in line. What the look of Montclair is, it's not pleasant. The whole city is under construction basically. I probably have upgraded too many at the same time, or yeah, provided the requirements. For this, I'm building a 3rd sawmill because primarily the planks are missing, right? So it's all about that, and we're gonna push it. By the way, my 100th inhabitant is coming in right now. Lithiuld, he's called, and this guy breaches Montclair now with 100 people. There is no next step, unfortunately, but that's okay. So there's no threshold that we just reached with that, right? We're still a town, Montclair, that is. I should provide now a market stall for the fish. For this, however, I would like to move a bunch of carts around again, because this is looking a bit chaotic right now. So we're gonna move the other meat over there, so we got those 2 meats now, right? And then I'm also having a food stall here for our fish. So this is also something. And we get a bit more space in the center, so people are not stumbling over each other. Another big project that I'm planning right now is I'm moving the tax office here. It makes more sense, right? There's an upgrade here coming along with the medium density house. And then beside it you have the tax office. Plus here's a main road. It makes more sense. And it doesn't look so cramped anymore. Fortification wise, it's not a big deal because we now have also these watch posts. Also, this one is an upgraded version. It provides more area around it by default. So that should be fine. Now, my biggest income for trade is my food right now. That's the 3 that we're getting out of that. There is unfortunately nothing else I could get with trading so far with higher volumes. Plank is worthless. It's really all about the meat here. And you can just see how much that is. Every time the trade happens, there's the trader for it coming right now. That's 83 coin out of 1 trade for 25 meat. And we have so much meat that we can do this over and over again for a lot of money. Since we have the points, we can also now upgrade something else, and that is the tier 2 labor privileges that I would like to get in. Now, the most interesting one for the labor privileges, in my opinion, for this difficulty would be every time you trade with a village of labor allegiance, you gain 1 influence point with its estate. So that's this one here. That's really important because we don't have the quest, right? And we need a lot of these points down the road. So family business is... There's some interesting stuff here like the additional taxation. We can have another level of taxation without penalty. That's also super nice. That would be my next level then. But for now, let's go with the family business as this first privilege. Now, once again, we have reached the next level for our Northbury trade route. That means I would, of course, like to continue with that and improve Northbury trade route. Once again, it costs me 50 bread. Before I do something here, though, I want to check out if that is actually possible. We have the money. So let's go ahead and extend my village edict to the next level now. And with that, we're getting a new edict here. And now I can say decrease the cost of every mandate by that, or... yeah. This one, right? So the mandates cost me less now, And that also affects my bread here. 25 now it only costs me. And way more important is also now the middle trade route that we can improve by with only 50 polished stone and not the 100 anymore. By the way, this also counts for all the coin that we have here, right? So instead of 100 coin, we now have to pay 50 coin for all of them. Super powerful stuff here. Let's start the trade route improvement though again. That's gonna take quite some time again, right? So I think 10 days or something like that. And then we do have level 3, and this is increasing the volume once again significantly. And with that we can export more meat than ever before. I'm gonna work on that already by giving me another hunter hut that we have then just beside this one, because we have a lot of boar fertility over there, right? And I might even consider getting me another butcher. Oh, look at that, there's one missing. Pretty sure we will also need to upgrade them again. Baker, yep. Butcher, yep. And bailiff, yep. Because we have the space for all of them, right? The more I have, the better, the more taxes. Of course, let's be careful. The more cloth consumption. It's not looking so great here right now. I would really like to open the Davenport trade route now though, because this gives me kingdom points and we don't have that at all, right? And with that we get now kingdom points in from time to time. There would also be honey that we can sell here, and honey is not that bad to produce. Also bread and a board for now. Both of them, I'm not entirely sure. No, the granary doesn't have any more storage. The bread is sitting at where exactly? 65. Gotta be careful about that. I don't want to run out of bread. I'm not going to use it too often, but we can sell our board if we have too much of that. Let's make a minimum of 40, right? Just for that. Let's make 30 because I want to have at least a trade, because every trade gives me a point and this accumulates over time. And yeah, that's it. It's not about the money for this trade route. It's all about the points, the influence we're getting out of it. Improved trade. There it is. Level 3 we have. Let's check it out. We can now trade up to 100 goods in volume. That is a lot. The volume is 63 with each item, right? So we could now export up to 63 refined food. Of course, that is way too much. We're at 70, so we barely meet the amount already for my village. That's why we need more hunters and probably also more butchers. I could theoretically also start now with prospecting mineral deposits, the closest one that we have. So that's these here, right? In this rock, and I hope that we find some stone out of that. So let's start with it. Cost me 50. And at the same time, we do have now enough happiness again. So that should be possible. 2 commoners might leave. That's not guaranteed though. And we get 350 coin out of that. This is absolutely necessary for us. Very nice. With that, we're almost close to our cap again. And if these 2 commoners leave, then we just upgrade 2 people again to commoners. No props. In that case, let the cooldown run and let the stone get prospected, please. There is 1, 2, 3 potential mining sites here. One of them has to be stone, please. Because look around, the next potential site is this one. I mean, holy cow, this is far away. That is 1, 2, potentially 3 territories away that we need to pay. And we, by the way, need to pay now 30 coin per month per territory for any additional territory we purchase. Yeah, could be stone, right? Could be stone. Or not. It's okay, but it's only iron that we found so far. But that is something that we also need permanently. But we have a lot of iron deposits on the map, so yeah, not too happy about that. Let's continue right away with the next in line. That is also just here. 50 coin it costs me. And we lost the commoner now because of the levy. That's not a big deal though, because we can just upgrade one again. Question is though, where did that commoner leave? Who was that commoner? There it is, iron smelter. Yeah, the butchers are fine, the tailors are fine. That's the most important thing. And we can upgrade him again as well. Hooray! We are lucky indeed. We found a stone deposit over here. This is where we can now make a quarry. And this will then be an endless quarry. So this will be providing stone for us forever. Very nice. At least I hope so, right? 157 stone we still have here. Once we're running out of this, we will then push for that. Another thing is now my polished stone, because I have an idea. We have such a high volume now and we are getting the meat out. I would also like to push more polished stone. The thing is though, polished stone is very slow with the production. So I can have another one, I guess. There's also the progression though, that would be this one. Stonemason hut improvement. Costs me 100 coin though. We don't have that. Another levy is probably out of the question right now. 6 commoners would leave. That's just way too much. Right, so they're not going to be too happy about that. I think about actually, let's start taxation. Let's start a bit more taxation for these guys here. They shouldn't have a problem with that. Right, especially since we provide most of the things. Entertainment could be a problem now in the future, but so far that's okay. Let's build a second stonemason hut now. Before we add, you know, modules to it. It's cheaper to go like this for the moment. And let's have it beside the other one, just here, behind my Stonecutter camp as well. We can then upgrade them in the future around this place there especially. Workforce. Someone is waiting. We have only one more builder hut available. As a buffer. Let's accept this guy here. Especially since food is not the biggest issue I can see right now. Perhaps fish. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and build me a second fisherman's hut right here beside the other one. Over there. Should be fine. They should be able to work on the same fishing node as far as I understand it. Having polished stone in already, we could also now say, okay, we have the meat to 70. And now please also start selling polished stone again and... yeah, let's also say 70, because we always need it for construction. But everything above that we could sell, and there's already my trader coming, so this should be a profitable deal. $37 we get out of 11 polished stone. Yeah, that's okay. We don't have a lot of meat though in the granary itself. Now, I also want to start I really want to start producing more clothes. For this, I need more territory. Let's go ahead and 6 commoners might leave. It's not guaranteed they leave, right? And we can always just upgrade some people again. Yeah, let's go for this. At the same time though, let's reduce the taxes for commoners for now to 0. So this gives me another 5% happiness for now. And we can use that money now. By the way, my treasury is full for the first time because the levies are so big now. Let's go ahead and purchase this territory now for the 100 coin. That's important. And over here we can now start with some sheep farms again because we need them. And then we can also think about another wheat farm somewhere here. Let's start with the sheep farm. And let's make it so that we have a bit of space. Also, by the way, another iron deposit that comes in. And let's make it so that we keep a bit of space to this area here, because this is going to be heavy processing industry area. Right, there's the stone, there's the iron. It makes sense for me to have some processing industry here. So I want to keep a bit of a space available there. So we're probably pushing the first sheep farm somewhere, yeah, over here. This should be fine. And then I could push another wheat farm over here. And I'm gonna make it so that we can upgrade them as well, right? So especially the wheat farm, that's gonna be massive. It's gonna be the whole area in the back here, because I really want to make this a big wheat farm for us. So I'm gonna place this one here. Also, we can have another gathering hut here. There's lots of berries and I want to keep them. Let's have that beside my grain farm. Makes sense to me. It's a bit of a distance there to the granary, so I could think about another granary now over here. Then we'll just see. Not entirely sure about that yet. Stone-wise, honestly, I don't really care about stone, right? Because we have now this endless supply that I can easily build. Honestly, I'm still having a pretty hard time what happens at the market. She's got 0 bread in stock and she's just waving. She's not getting new bread. Even though we have, just right over here, 100 bread in stock. What are you doing? The same goes for this one. I mean, okay, there is no one working right now. I get it that they have less motivation to work, but this is basically straight out denial. And I will definitely also need another food stall here for... I mean, holy cow, the market needs to be way bigger, honestly, because we need 3 stalls for every type of good to have a steady supply. It's gonna be a refined good now, so the refined food, that's the meat again. Just see where we could still squeeze it in, probably like this. right? And then I'm also gonna have another food stall once again. I mean, this is clothing. There might be another one. Let's have it behind them. So I'm gonna add a second row of food stalls now here. And this one is a builder workshop. And the cool thing about builder workshops is you can just instantly transfer them over, right? There is no downside or anything like that, or downtime. And here we have our clothing, but I'm pretty sure we're out of it, yes. So that's a major problem. Tailor, we need another one. And instantly upgrade you too as well. Okay, construction starts over here. And now is actually also the moment where we need workforce again. So both of my builder shacks are empty. This one has 2 more builders left and that's it. So immigration is required, employment is high, but happiness is low. That's still because of the levy mandate is already going down. So this will once again rise. Oh yeah, trade is crazy this year, or this month. It was 200 that we got out of the meat alone. And the polished stone also kicks in now, but polished stone production is rather low. So in this case, hopefully we can increase this now from now on. I need more workforce indeed, right? So we are out of builders, 2 I have still. And I will also need more market tenders, because my commoners are complaining right now about not getting enough refined food, even though we're full on bread and, well, meat, so refined food is there. It's just that my marketeers, they don't really like to work all that much. So we need to provide this ASAP, please. Come on. With another month passing by, we have also achieved 100 prosperity points, and that leads now to tier 4 on the upgrades. Once again, we could go with an extended village edict, 250 coin that cost. I'm not gonna do this yet. Cheese production is actually something I'm looking forward to, because we can sell cheese once again, but not now. What we can also do over here now with the points we have is put as the treasury that I would like to do, and also now down the road the tavern, which unlocks me the berry brew. And with the berry brew, we can actually make money by visitors that are coming to us then down the road as well, to make additional money out of visitors, right, with the inn lodge down there. For this we need 75 points though. Yeah, we're 27 points, so that means another major upgrade to my manor house and stuff like that. However, these upgrades are nice for now. That's the treasury. And yeah, why not? Let's actually go ahead and build me a treasury. We can do this in my manor house then right away. And this would be now really, this time around, we will now have a tower here where we're storing some money. This would bring me in 150 in addition. Can I make this tower a bit bigger? 180 coming out of this. I would also like to increase the size though of my manor house then, right, to make this a bit taller now. And then we could also push for the sides. So speaking about my treasury, we have these smaller rooms. They're actually not very expensive. So having one here and one here. Or we just go with another tower. Let's have one in the back of it for now. So this leads to 300 additional coin for a bit of money. Let's do that and get a treasury for Montclair. Now my sheep farm and my farms over here are finished. I don't need them yet, right? So it doesn't hurt to just have them up and running already. Let's go ahead and get the sheep farm going though. And for this, once again, we need to have the pasture. Let's just check it out. This one doesn't need to be so big. Alright, so we're gonna be careful. The primary space will be the grain farm. This is still too small? I'm surprised. Still too small? Wait a second. Let's assign another person to this sheep farm. Okay, we actually need to paint more. What is going on? That's already way bigger than the other one that we have. Is it? I'm confused. Let's have a smaller one here along the path. All the way down. That's still too small. We could have it on the other side too. At least a bit of it. Nah, that would look strange. Okay, this is huge at this point. What is going on? Look at that. You're telling me this is still too small for the 2 workers we have? Okay, unfortunately here's the end of my territory. But I'm a bit baffled right now. This is adequately sized, obviously. Or apparently. That doesn't leave a lot of room with my next wheat farm, though. Right. If I go ahead now and we start painting it, I'm gonna have it right beside it. We might need to build a fence for this. Okay. This will be hopefully adequate once we assign workers to that. We have sold so much meat that we are full on treasury now. 200 coin this brought us in. Yeah, I can't wait for this one to be finished. Still gonna take a while because we don't have a lot of builders, unfortunately. Oh, the resources are already in. Nice, so it's just really being built. Ah, very nice. 3 more workers are coming in. We have high level of immigration once more. Super important. Because we need workforce. And I would like to assign them right away now to the gathering hut and also to my farm. The field is too large. Very nice to hear that. You know what? Let's actually keep a bit of a distance in here between them. So we have a path just in case we need that at some point. We could also use this for adding fences to it then. You don't want to have the sheepies close to the farms. Even though natural fertilization then could work out. Okay, this one waits again for mature livestock. And this one can actually work right away. This makes the mill now a bit more effective. We could think about moving the mill now into this location then already. It would be between the two of them. Yeah, makes sense to some extent. Let's wait for it a bit. It could also shorten the transportation time to my bakery. 4 more workers. That's coming in very handy for us. So we have now the butcher. This one's working. This one's working. I think here. Yeah, there's a stonemason we can assign again. And should upgrade immediately. By the way, is this person upgraded? Yes, she is. And that gives me also more to have another one at the wheat farm. It's still too large. Alright. We can actually make this way smaller. It's still too large, okay. I'm totally miscalculating the amount here. There you go. Can we make this a bit rounder? Yeah. That is adequately sized now, so you need way fewer space here than the sheep farm. Treasury has been finished, and with that we have up to 800 in our coffers now. Very good. And once again, I think we don't have Manor House Village Architecture we could go for. This gives me more house points then. Let's go ahead and get this one. As with that, we have now the ability to build us more buildings or more structures that provide points, like the Manor Dorm. And this is actually really cool because that's on the roof up here, right? And this provides 4 for each one of them, which is pretty massive. So let's have 2 of that. That would be 8 already. Then we have the balcony wall. You have this on the sides like this. Can we squeeze it in? That would be great over there. I could also think about another wing attachment now. Another tax office? No, I don't want to have this one here. I think we're just gonna improve the Great Hall by adding another wing now to its side. Alright, let's make this one somewhere over there. Can we make it smaller? Bigger? Let's make it a bit smaller. Looks better. Right, and it probably also gets another nice tower just beside this one. Smaller one for sure. I like this. This looks cute. And we can also have then the balcony on the sides for another 4 points. We can also have the weather vane once again. So I'm gonna add 2 of them. And we can also have now once again those windows in the back of it. This will cost me quite a bit in total, but it also provides 45 additional splendor points, which is absolutely enough for everything that we need. So let's apply this. A massive construction for my manor house. And once this is finished, we will be able then to go for, yeah, our next upgrades here, which is a tavern, an inn lodge for visitors to join us. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed this one. Foundation Montclair is growing very successfully so right now. Coins are fine, and I'm thinking about my next city district now that we could also add as our next territory purchase. Stay tuned. Now, if there's one thing I've learned in Foundation on the highest difficulty, that the most problematic thing I would ever manage is the market area, I would have said you were kidding me, but I'm not. And hello everyone, welcome back. Now, after the last episode, we have expanded the market area significantly. It doesn't look good right now, right? But at least it gets the job done. So now we have someone working for one good always. So there's always 2 market stalls now with at least 2 market stalls with the same type of good available at all times. Because these people, they really don't want to work, and when they work, they're barely taking anything. Like she's just waving around, having a nice day. Everybody just wants to know where the bread is, and she is giving them the hands. Unfortunately, that's how it goes. Nothing I can do about it for now. I might even need a 3rd market stall per good in the near future. Right now though, people are happy. By the way, 4 more people would like to join. I can accept them since we have a very stable supply of goods right now. As of the last episode, we also have, or Montclair has, nice additional fields over here. This leads to an influx of cloth, and with that I'm building already a 2nd tailor workshop just here. And yes, we're getting rid of that berry bush. I don't care, we have a lot of berry bushes at this point around, so this doesn't matter. Plus, we need to expand the zone here at some point now, right? That's another artisan building that is not causing any pollution, so it's fine to have it beside my residences. This should lead then hopefully to more common clothes, because we're lacking those the most right now. Meat is fine, we're just selling a lot of it. So that's the problem with the selling. I could even say, okay, make 100 meat my new go-to, right? Everything above that we can sell, because we always want to have something available. In fact, 100 should be my baseline minimum storage now that we have as the city continues to grow. Now, big things are in motion. We want to grow, of course, and growing is tricky, right? So let's just check it out real quick. I want to get more sources of revenue for our city. One of them is cheese, and the other one is that we have a bit further down here, honey. We've already unlocked the trade route for this, Davenport. Davenport will also give me kingdom points. There's no other way for me to get them except building a castle and trading. So I want to start also boosting my trading here. This is a long-term goal, but it's something we can start with soon now. The first thing of action would be to, make this church a bit more attractive, because this gives me church points. And let's just see how many we need. 25 in total if we want to unlock the 2nd level there as well before I start building my monastery. We'll just see. Perhaps we need to start building the monastery and then beautify it a bit further. This costs me a lot of polished stone. What I can see, we only have these options available. Yeah, these ones here are also giving me something, but they will cost. But that's okay. Let's actually go ahead and do this. Let's have a smaller fence in the back of it. All right. Probably starting here by the road. We can have a nice smaller fence here. This is really just purely for decorations. It will cost me money, but it will also bring in church points. We're already at 11 points. That's crazy. It's a good amount of resources, of points. And we're probably just pushing it then here to the garden, right? And then in here we can now have a little cemetery going, and especially also, of course, some trees. I would like to have one tree here and probably another one here. And then we can also have those little stone graves. They cost me though quite a bit, so I'm gonna be very careful with how many I place of them right now. I need around 4 more points, so we could say 1, 2, 3 and 4. This is already way too expensive though. It's okay. 5 tools. It's okay. Something else that we can have here, perhaps a bench of some sorts, gives me an additional point. And that's 24 points that we have. 120 coin as well. And this gives me enough points overall. It's a small beginning though, right? So it's not something we keep that much. And we still need a bit of room as well for the church to expand to. So that's that. But let's place it. And once the stone graves have been built, we should have then enough points for this. We can also plan already my monastery. For this, we have then level 2 the monastic beekeeping. This gives me the honey and wax. Both of them we're gonna need. The honey especially for selling. So where should we place our monastery? I've been thinking about this. In my last Let's Play, the monastery was on a hill overlooking the city. That was fine. This time I want to do it a bit differently though. We have still this hilly area there. That's of course a castle, right? This is a beautiful big castle on this cliff here surrounded by water. I think this could look pretty epic as the city is then growing towards this area. This time I've been thinking about this location. You might be laughing at it for now, but I would like to have a monastery that is getting swallowed by the city at some point. This also happened a lot of times in medieval times, and we have a lot of monasteries today in cities, so this could be one of them. It doesn't have to be, it's far away, right? But the city is growing towards it at some point. Also, what we have here is a bit of space in the back that we can use for farming, like wine and beekeeping. Also, we have a stone very close by that I can use, and lots of trees. So we got the means, we got the building materials close by, and we got the space potentially. Also, it's nicely surrounded by a forest. I like the idea of this, while also having a look at the ocean. And the cool thing is there's a hill here, so if I change my mind at some point, we can just move the whole thing up here on this hill and be also fine, right? Because that courtyard there, this area here, that still exists then. So this glade that we have. So I like this idea, and we're gonna go ahead with this right away. Purchasing that territory here won't be cheap, though it's bordering already to our other territory that we have, so that's fine. Let's get this one going. There you go. And we're gonna need a few things here though before we start really with it, because delivering the stones over, that's not gonna be entirely possible. Let's unlock the monastery. This will cost me 25 additional points to get the basics done with the monastery now, right? And the monastery, you'll see this, is going to need a lot of stone, right? We're speaking about a lot of stone really. And it's a purely stone building, so we need that stone here. And let's get cracking with this with another stonemason or stonecutter camp. 400 stone, probably all that we need already for our monastery. Let's get this going. So we're gonna create a construction material industry first, right? And on this, based on this, is then the monastery, just how it should be. Let's check this out here somewhere. And we also have a lot of trees in here, so I'm also gonna have my lumber camp here too, and both of them are gonna provide then all the materials that we need. And I would probably, yeah, probably gonna push it also somewhere here. Or here. Let's actually have it here by the forest. Makes more sense to me. So those two, right? They're gonna work on that. And then we have this area here available for constructing the monastery itself. I just love how popular a bench can be. Those people really need a place to sit, do they? Holy cow. Another thing I can finally now, command more or less is that please people, let's go ahead and don't walk over that beach here anymore. So I'm basically gonna make this into a forbidden zone now. Right, the whole beach. I wanna force them to use this surrounding area for a path. Right, it's gonna take a while before this gets implemented because the new people need to spawn. They're not adjusting themselves just like that. So this whole beach area here, please don't do this anymore. It looks horrible having those paths on the beach. The fishes are an exception, of course. Clergy tier 2 has been reached as well, now that we've finished the construction of the church. And now we can, focus more or less on our very first monastery. And as always, it's gonna be a very tiny one. It's not gonna make that much more sense right now, because basically we really cannot afford anything too big. And let's just check it out what we can get started here with. So I guess those people would like to eat something then, right? So refectory is a place to start. So I'm thinking about that we make the monastery somewhere over here. In this area, right? Might be a bit bigger. This will cost me a lot of more stone though, right? This is fine. Okay. It will need an entrance. We could think about an entrance like this, but that looks rather, I don't know. It looks a bit sad. But building a rustic facade, that is my favorite one because it looks just really cool, especially then with also a tower. It's just too expensive, right? The facade alone costs 15 polished stone and 25 stone, and it's just one tiny module. So I have to say no to this for now. We're simple people, right? And simple people need simple structures. I still think about this one here with some polished stone. This is probably some planks as well. We have a lot of planks. Let's go ahead with this. It's sad. It's really a sad entrance there. But I'm already planning that we can expand, right? We can then put more wings to it, and we can also make this one a bit taller in the future. For now, though, I would really like to keep it straight like this. Perhaps that we have... No, the window is coming with the facade then, right? Once we have this, that's fine at some point soon. Do we need a chimney? No, we don't. That's it. This is the main building, right? The refectory, where people eat and gather, a place like that. Then we need a dorms room where my monks can sleep. This is absolutely mandatory. And once again, this costs me 35 stone, so it's quickly adding up. And we can have it like this. We could also have it like... This looks a bit strange, right? But having it like this makes sense to me. Could have it a bit in the front, but I'd rather just connect it, honestly, as my next wing, right? Where my monks can sleep in. So that's... it's fine, right? A chimney wouldn't look so bad on it, I guess, right? Up here. Or even better, a little tower wouldn't look so bad. But then again, this is just too expensive for what we can achieve right now. Next wing, let's just check it out, what we might also want. Yeah, I can already think about a smaller chapel. That would be the other wing for now. So we could make it like that we have the chapel here, right? That has then its own little bell tower, for example. Let's just check it out. Have it a bit further over here. And it's already connected. And the cool thing about this one is, at some point when we remodel this, we just take it, right? The whole thing, and just move it around then a bit further away or so, like this. The basic shape is then already there. Like that. And then we just take the whole thing and connect it with our monastery. And I think that's it, right? This is already 60 stone, 26 planks. It's more than that. It's gonna add up to 120 stone. We don't have that even. And... more tools than what we have, and the planks we almost have. Yeah, but the basic form is there, and we can then just move it around to our liking. So let's go ahead and do this. Get this one going. And let's also immediately assign people here to the Stonecutter camp, so there are the resources available that we're gonna need for construction. Construction, this time, I would like to keep my workshops going, right? So all three of them are staffed right now. Why not? This speeds the whole thing up a bit. How's my clothes looking, by the way? We have the second tailor working. I don't feel this yet. I think we need to upgrade them. Yeah. Only then will they be at their best. And by the way, money, we're out of it. The monastery cost me 250 coin on the construction now. Yeah. Let's levy. One commoner might leave, but we get almost... Yeah, we get 400 coin. Let's go for it. There you go. Coins levied, 400 coin. Happiness will drop significantly again, but that's okay. And there you go. As you can see, the people are now using this newest or this latest road here, using the Stonecutter as a go-to point. The cool thing is also then they're just passing by the monastery at some point, right? This path here should disappear now over time. And I don't believe that I'm saying this, but we might welcome 5 commoners to my village. This cost me 10 labor points. We have that. Let's do this. This will take a short amount of time, and then we get these new people in right away. Because we need workforce. But the Stonecutter camp is working already. And with that, we have a source of stone right away. This is great. This will speed things up greatly. Yeah, consumption increases. I might also need a 5th butchery. I can't believe that I'm doing this, but here we are. Let's just see how we go about it. Behind the other ones. Just here. We have a block of butcheries then in this area. There they are, my invitees. Already on their way to the village center. Yeah, the monastery is actually coming along. So the chapel Then we have already the central wing, but as we can see now, all of them require more stone. This is where I have my stonecutter camp. It might make sense, yes, to actually have also some housing here for the workers, but then you need a whole bunch of more services. This is already okay the way it works, and we're getting the stone in right away. That's a whole bunch of new people, pushing us to 129 now on the population. Nah, it's fine like this. All three of them are working right now, so commute times are not the problem really. Of course it slows it down a bit, but still we have plenty of stone then coming in here too. The other thing is though that we will be running out of this stone deposit now. 45 left and that's it. So now is also a great time to start with the mining of my stone deposit that we have here. And for this we have this very cool looking stone quarry. And this one will produce a lot of stone. However, it does also cost me quite a bit, especially in construction. So that's 20 planks we don't have right now. And also it causes pollution again, as we can see. 2 of them we can have. That should be enough anyway. Let's have the first one here in the back, right? Because I don't want to have the gathering hut here being moved now. We should also have a few other things then. A resource depot used for storing the minerals. That one here, where we can store some stuff. Also looks just nice when it comes to ornaments. So let's have this one going. We need to have an access somewhere here. A small crane, a cart, can store up to 10 output resources. That's nice. Let's have a cart here as well. In this area. And that's it, right? That's 55 planks it costs me and 25 tools. Holy cow, that is expensive. Actually, the crane takes away most of my stuff. Let's not build the crane now. Sorry, but that's just too expensive. Oh no, we need it. We need the resource depot. The cart is not working. Can store up to 10 output resources. The cart does not function as a resource depot. Only the crane does. That's a shame. So I need the crane after all. Let's get it going here. And once this massive construction is finished, we have a permanent source of stone. It's gonna take some time, right? And by then we will be out of it. So for this, we have the workforce to also fully staff the 3rd sawmill again. Logs are fine. And how's my butchery looking? Still waiting for some stone as well. The next levy we can already do, and this time no one would leave potentially, and this one also brings me in 400. Again, we need it because we're running low on money once more. The pressure is mounting there a bit. We need additional sources of revenue, as the taxation alone is not bringing in enough money by far. Taxes is 117 right now, and trading is only 46. That's because we are not producing enough meat anymore for my population. Let's put the priority to the highest level here for the butchery, because I really want to finish this. This building will still take a long time, even though it looks nice to see some progress. Finally, it's completed. Let's assign 2 people. This should make things a bit easier again. Oh, both of them are commoners already. Interesting. Wait a second. Yes, welcome 5 commoners to your village. We weren't inviting just normal serfs. It was with 5 commoners. Cool stuff. This was also quickly done. So there's just a builder now needed for finishing it. We can already assign 2 miners to it. And these miners need to be serfs though. So that's those 2. And that's a permanent source of stone now coming in. Hooray! Okay, there's something very fishy going on here with my butcheries, and I think I found it. And now I was always considering the 50 boar close by, but it turns out these 3 hunter huts that are providing the boars are getting consumed right away anyway. But then we have, of course, hunter huts also a bit further away, like this one here, and they're always full, because right now what happens is that the workers of the butchery themselves need to get the boars and get them back home, and they're not doing this simply because I think they can't, right? It's too far away. Now, the Granary usually does the job for this. Those are the transporters, and they're bringing in the resources that I've assigned them to. So we need to expand the Granary. Either we build a second Granary, or we can also have the storage improvements. That's costing me 50 coin. Gonna have this one. And this unlocks me now an additional Granary building we can have here. Way cheaper than the original one. And this one provides additional storage for the Granary. And we can have up to 2 of them. And then we can have more resources assigned to the Granary. Right? And I would like to do this. Perhaps I would somehow to keep the tree. I would like to keep the tree. Let's have those 2 granary buildings right here side by side. And this cost me 10 logs and 4 tools. And with that we have more storage than soon, once this is finished. Let's get this going. We can do the same thing for the warehouse now, right? There's the warehouse depot that we can have. And might make sense, right? To have it then also somewhere here. Yeah, we could even have it like this. Between the tree and this actually works. Over here in the back of it. To have additional storage for my storehouse now. So those transporters will then get those resources over. That should be more efficient than what we have going on right now. Might be a nice addition. We'll just see. Alright, the monastery is coming along so that we now could theoretically assign a refectorian here. The monastic priest can also be assigned already. It's just of course that the monks cannot live anywhere yet. So this one needs to be finished before we can actually bring someone in. What we can however do already is I can unlock my next progression, and that is the monastic beekeeping now. Now honey is my primary aim with the monastery for now, right? Honey is a cash cow, really. Let's get this going with some 5 points. We have actually, by the way, a lot of points, clergy influence points, because we're trading, don't forget, with middle, right? Every time we trade with middle, we're getting some clergy points. That's the great thing about it. We haven't traded with Davenport yet. We have 0 points, but honey is gonna change that. I'm sure of it. Now with that, we have a new sub-building, and there it is, the apiary. And we can now assign this one to get us juicy honey out of it. Where should we have it? Yeah, I think for now, over here. At some point it's probably going to be over there, but for now, as we're that small, it makes sense to have it then somewhere here in the cloister gardens. I think that's all we need, right? Yeah. Let's go ahead and get this one. I think one more thing we need, and that would be the monastic range. Used for storing and trading monastic types of resources. This is what we need. And this will once again cost me resources, but it's gonna be fine, and it should be at the edge somewhere here. We could also make it down here, by the way, where the traders are coming in, but nah, let's do it here. Yeah, this makes the most sense. This is where the trading happens then too. Just here under that tree. Okay, the first one has been finished, so we can now assign boar to it. So those workers hopefully do the job now and get the boars over. Anything else we're missing here? We got the fish, we got the berries, meat, bread, boar. Honey might be something now, but we get the monastic range. That should be enough already. Cheese we will need. I can already assign it, not that we're producing it yet. And that's about it. And boy, I was so right. Immediately a transporter from the granary gets the boars from the hunter's hut. Oh, all alone she gets 50 boars. And transports them now back to the granary. And so it happened. We ran out of stone. That's okay. We're now getting 3 additional unemployed again. My builder workshops are full though, so I really don't have enough workplace right now. I'm surprised at that. We have a stone deposit number 1. I can already go with the stone quarry number 2 now, and I'm probably gonna do this right away. Even though it does cost me a bit, we will however need to move that gatherer hut a bit further here into the back of it, somewhere over there, to make room for this quarry there. Nice. Also, this new territory that we got has a lot of hunting area. That is finally true. And for this, we have the hunter huts here. That's not enough though yet. So we need more. We need more boars now that we also can process them again. So let's go ahead. Unfortunately, as far as I know, there is no addition to that, right? So you basically place them and there's no module or anything like that that you can add, like in other buildings. Which would be great at this point, but there's none, unfortunately. So that's that. That's more boars, because we really want to push more meat. And as we can see, now we have the meat rolling again. 150 we have. It really was just all about supply of boars. How's my clothes looking? A second tailor really didn't do that much, right? Even though we have cloth. We're not producing that many more clothes. Okay, now finally the monk dorm has been finished and we can now devote a male villager to the monastery. We have, well, a bunch of unemployed people. They're immediately gonna stay as monks. So we got the novice Bayrich now and novice Quasier. They're starting over here. And off they go. And they're gonna make me now some juicy honey in my beekeeper's dorm. Over here, apiary. The first one already moved in, and the other one is cooking. Alright, so he likes to be a cook. We can now decide what kind of food we want to provide to our brothers and sisters. It's gonna be fish primarily, as we're already pretty low on berries again. So fish it is. You know what, let's get berries too, because I can easily produce more. Can we have another one? I would like to have another monk for the apiary. Want to produce more honey, but at least it's starting now. Okay, let's check it out over here again. We have the next hunter hut finished. Let's assign 2 hunters to this. And there's also not that much construction going on. Let's reduce the builders again. And let's get me this. Where is it? This gathering hut that I'm already finishing. Also fully employed. Yeah, and finally we're selling some meat again too. 200 coin we just made out of that. So I could also levy my people. Do we lose someone? No one. Let's go ahead. This brings me to my limit once again, which is great, because that allows me now to also purchase a new territory then. And yep, it's gonna be this one here, most likely. There you go. Territory number, I don't know, unknown. And this one, yeah, of course, that's gonna be city. And I want to structure this one. So we have a marketplace here, but we're gonna need a second marketplace soon, right? This one is a tiny farmer market, really. For a bigger city market, we need more space. And I would like to designate this area here also for cathedral somehow, right? So this looks like a very good location then for cathedral and a city market, somewhere here where it should be. That means that here in the back of it, we can continue with some more housing. And boy, we need housing, right? The housing unhappiness is already growing again. So that only means that we don't have enough. Let's just check it out. I'm probably continuing to push here along that area there towards that forest that we have. What a lovely sound it is. What this one makes, right? And then we have probably the cities, the real city center somewhere here. So based on my experience, we need a lot of space really. And it's gonna be this area. And that also means that here we could continue then with more buildings. Well, we make another row of buildings here, so that it doesn't look so separated. And then we still have this whole area available here, right? Now we have 4 people permanently working on stone. And that's great. By the way, we still have another source of stone here that I could get. Mineral deposit, there it is. It's the last one, right? Within 100 meters. And then we're looking at 300 meters the next ones, unfortunately. So it's that one. If it's gold, I wouldn't complain. I would also not complain about what would be next, in fact. We have iron, we have stone. Yeah, gold most likely. Or marble. Marble could also work out nicely. And the first construction continues. One was very eager to get all the way out here. He wants some quiet, it seems. Or she. Ah, Fisher, you know. That's the workplace, that's the closest. Yeah, 250 meat. I knew that the boar was the problem, but that we have such a huge surplus now, that actually puts things a bit into perspective. That's a lot of meat we can sell. Can't wait for the trader. Ah, ladies and gents, we have honey. I'm so excited about this. The first 3 honey and the first 3 wax. I think it's 1-to-1 coming out. And yeah, what we just need now is the monastic grange. I have no idea. We are out of logs, in fact. That's okay. We can build a 3rd lumber camp. I mean, we are also producing a lot of planks, but we need a lot of planks. Let's go ahead and get a lumber mill going. And you know what? We need to get rid of this forest here at some point anyway. So I'm gonna place me the next lumber mill somewhere over here, right? And then let's just check it out for my hunting. There's no more hunting here, right? For some reasons, the boars are moving away from the city anyway, right? So they don't like it when we're building too close. So we're gonna get rid of that. We have lots of hunting ground here, close to the monastery, that we can use. And this one here gets then cut. So that's my cutting area. We might just keep some trees. Or do we want to get rid of all of them? Yeah, let's get rid of all of them. We can always plant new trees down the road then. But that's that. And the lumber camp here will make sure that we have it. And those people would like to readily join the lumberjacks. Now, of course, with all these buildings here popping up, that's a lot of lumber that we consume, right? Oh, Really? A second source of iron? That's overkill. Not extremely lucky. Oh, trading is about to happen. And he purchased 63 meat for 200 coin. Thank you very much for this. And we have plenty more where that came from. Oh, and he also took 63 planks for 70 coin. That's nice, but actually that's not my intention. Let's just check it out. Where do we have the planks? We will need to stop selling it. We need the planks for ourselves. And polished stone, I'm also gonna stop selling now. Meat is all that we can sell for good. Okay, by the way, unemployment rate is 0, which is great, but it's not so great for productivity. There's one more. And also, we don't need so many builders, right? I would like to unemploy 2 builders again, so that we can devote another male villager to this camp here. Where is he working now? Oh, he's working at the grange now. That is absolutely fine. And here, I can now put the honey in, right? This is now my central storage area for the monastery. And what I can now say is we want to sell honey. I could also sell honey on the market. It's a luxury food though. People don't really need it right now. So I'd rather take the money, sell everything above 0. To get some points in, especially, right? So the next kingdom trader should get me my honey and give me some coin. Even though, yeah, coin is actually full right now. Loving that. I mean, it's not looking like much, but it's a beginning, right? It's something that we can expand always on. If you've seen my previous Let's Play, we made it into a really big, majestic monastery. But you have to start very small, unfortunately. Now, in that case, Montclair is continuing to grow. Another city district comes up. We have a monastery. We got honey coming in. And we've also fixed our meat production. Lovely so far. I'm enjoying this one a lot on the highest difficulty. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Montclair once again, to Foundation Extreme, and we continue onwards right away with a bunch of projects that I have in mind. The first one is that right now my finances are looking rather cozy. Also my general storage capacities are fine, right? We're also making a decent amount of bread now. The clothing goes up at the moment and we're closing in on 150 population. This is all nice. On top of that, we also started a monastery over here that is now starting to produce our honey that we, well, should actually be able to sell now, since everything is in mind for this, is ready for this, and we also sell it above the threshold to make some additional income. And boy, we need that income, because I have a new project in mind that we should start, and that is a smaller castle. The castle will provide us, and that is very important, with down the road here our stone castle foundation. And that is what we need for heavy fortification, right? That's a bonus that I can give to my village down the road. So let's unlock us the castle for this. And the castle, well, don't forget, we need to start small, right? Because I don't have the means for anything else. Look at my wood, we barely have any, because we have such a huge production penalty on everything on this difficulty. Now, what I need to do is, I need to get a good location for this. And I'm thinking about this area up here. And let's just check it out. There are a couple of territories that we need to purchase for this. That's those two here, right? That's number 1. And that's number 2. This one already cost me 50 coin per month as upkeep. They're pretty interesting. This one here is a tiny one. This one is a huge one that also gets new fish in. I hope so. I might be mistaken about that. Because what we can see right now is we do have light fortification going, right, for most of my buildings now. What we still need though is heavy fortification. This is then the stone wall that I need to build around my village at some point. In fact, we might start with a wooden wall that we can upgrade then. I think this would also make a lot of sense. And that's that for now. But that castle is important. What we could also do in addition, I could try and move the manor house then a bit further here. I like this location a bit more. And behind that, over there, we do have then our castle that we move then a bit further into this direction once we have the resources for that. But you need to start somewhere. I cannot purchase all these territories here, unfortunately. And we can start with a smaller castle. That's the castle keep, the main castle building. This itself will already provide some fortification. But of course, that's not something you really need. And let's just check it out. Where's the highest point here? this one, right? And then we can make us a nice wooden keep here. This will already cost me something. Lots of planks from what I can see right now. And based on this, we can now expand the keep then. We need, for example, a training dummy, and we need an entrance still as well. So the entrance is easy peasy. Somewhere here. Holy cow. There's lots of trees. So I would like to make a smaller tower in front of the main tower. And the smaller tower then has the entrance that we have then over here, like this one. That looks fine for now, right? And all of this will cost me 50 planks and 6 tools. So that's going to be something. We don't even have the training dummy yet. So let's also get this one going. Simple straw dummy. There it is. That we can have then on that side. Let's just check it out somewhere here. Number 1. Number 2. Right, so this is where we can have some basic training going for our small village here. Let's also make some archery range here. Right, that looks a bit proper. I don't see a lot of the castle at the moment. There it is. That looks a bit better now because of all the trees. A chimney perhaps right here at the smaller gate we could have, but that's a lot of stone. I still need to write barracks for combatants, so we could at least get this going too. So this would be some smaller tower over here. For this I could make a passageway over there so that we start with a room, right? And this room also has then its own fortification then again, like another smaller one. Or we're just gonna implement this one, squeeze it in, make it a bit taller. Yeah, I think we can work with that, right? The trees are gonna disappear at some point here. And we also still need a visitor location that we're gonna have then somewhere over here in front of it. And with that, everything is there. Let's build it all. That's all the modules that are coming with that. I probably should also work on a lumber camp over there at some point. We will need to get rid of all of these trees. So that is another thing that we can get going, the lumber camp. There is something for the lumber camp that I haven't unlocked yet. That's the lumber camp improvements. And they're going to be very important for us because they can have their own storage department. So I don't need to have a warehouse or so directed for this. Right, we can just use this lumber then for the wall and for the forest, for the castle and for the manor house expansion and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and have this. Yeah, we have the hunter here. Why not? Let's get a lumber camp going here in the middle of nowhere. And this one is what we can expand then, right? As you can see, we have then a depot, right, for the wood. That's 25. I think that's the best we can do here for now. Let's have 2 of them right away. So this gives me a nice additional storage in total of 100 now of logs that we have then for this area. And we can then also go ahead and get us some snoring posts and stuff like that going. So this is where additional workers can live, right? Let's have 1 for now over there. And all of this will cost me then something as well. But that's important because, of course, we want to get rid of that. We got the forest under control. So I can start chopping, right? I can start chopping this area now. Also here. Probably the safest area that we can start with that. And also, where's the hunting going, by the way? There's hunting. Okay, so I'm probably not gonna make everything here chopped. Stuff like that. They're going to migrate though, right? They're gonna migrate over here then at some point, away from the humans. We would have a bit more boar here and lots of boar here. We'll just see what happens with those poor fellas. Overall, I think this is nice. This is gonna take some time. And we can use this time to work on something else entirely. Oh, the trader is coming in from the King Davenport. Let's check it out. Yes, he's going for the honey. And he purchased 7 honey for 39 coin. Thank you very much. That was the very first trade that went off now. In that case, I want to expand on that. We need more monks. We can have another one. I think this is though the one now for the chapel. So we have now a second service for faith, by the way, because I've got the church here, right? And this is full though, this church. So everybody else will then make a pilgrimage to my monastery and get this one going. I probably want more though. We need more inhabitants, please. More people. There's 2 more coming in. Okay, that's gonna be very important. I want to boost my honey production and make more out of that. Plus, we need the kingdom points, of course. Now, next in line, there's an interesting mechanic. If you right-click on the coins, you can see the tax income, the total one, of your village, right? So wherever there is taxes, you can see this. So, for example, here, we have a total of 7 coin already stored. That tells me one thing. close to the tax office, it's looking fine. Tax is being collected quite often, but the further we are away, the more taxes are just lying around. And I don't want that. I want to boost this. I want to boost my tax income. And for this, I'm looking at my watch post over there, because this one here we can now expand. And I would like to do this with also a tax office now. And let's just check it out where we could have this one. I would probably just like to attach it to this one. I mean, this is a big room. Holy cow. Something smaller perhaps. Yes, something like this in the back of it. Does it give me a tax collector? Oh, right. Only like this. I will probably need to have... Oh, this is huge. This is a smaller tower. Only this one would give me one. I don't like this. Okay, let's push this one. But for that, we'll also need to push this one a bit further, right? In addition, I could have probably a smaller side room here, so that it looks a bit more... Yeah, that looks nicer. So these are very tiny buildings still, right? We can still expand on them over time. And perhaps something else, something for ornaments or so. Not that I can really afford it, but it gives me labor splendor points. We have, for example, the weather vane. Can I have it all the way up here? There you go. Costs me a bit, but that's okay. Let's build this, so that we can have a tax collector in this area too. Right, now we have one here and one over there. Alright, with another monk coming in, we are now a hermitage. I still... Where are my monks living? Oh, he's... What? A second one at the refectory. This is actually not necessary. The problem is I cannot assign the monk to a job, right? Nor can I reduce the amount of jobs that we have here. Okay, these are transporters. I need someone else here. There is no way for me for doing this except for devoting more monks to the monastery. That lumber camp is coming along, so we can also now start chopping over here. That's important as we get rid of that. And how's my castle looking, by the way? It's coming along. The main tower is almost finished. Next, we can unlock the tier 2 clergy privileges for my clergy tree. And this one gives me now the ability to have a new edict all the way down here, clergy, to choose between those 5. And of course, the first one, once again, also will be good neighbors. So every time you trade with a village of clergy allegiance, you gain 1 influence with its estate. That's important because we need to have a steady supply of clergy influence points, the same that we already have with labor influence points. And by the way, I think with the labor influence points we're full right now. I don't have enough splendor points though. I'm very short and very close to this though. So to unlock us this tree, we're not that far away anymore. Okay, very good. Another monk comes in, and with that we have now 2 beekeepers. That's important. By the way, we're also producing wax, but I think wax is not that profitable. When we're looking at it, there it is. It's only 1 gold coin, right? So I'd rather keep it for myself to make candles out of that at some point. Now that I think about it though, but it gives me kingdom allegiance points. At least once I have the privilege for that going, which I don't have yet. And with 1 more immigrant, we're pushing 150 people now for Montclair, and I think we should celebrate the occasion with a smaller fortification, a wall, right? Because the threat of bandits increases with our wealth. And for that, we have the village fortification. And if we build the wall, we're providing light fortification to every building within that wall. So first of all, it only makes sense really to have this one for the residences for now, because my industry doesn't require fortification yet. Second of all, we can upgrade this one then to provide us heavy fortification once we have the stone wall. And of course, the goal is to provide high density housing within the inner city of pretty soon. We're expanding down here over time, but for now, I really just want to have the inner city provided with that. My first order of business would be now to provide a gate at the entrance, right? So this is here an entrance, for example, where there is the road going. So this is going to be 1 gate for me. We also will need an entrance or some entrances to my industry zone. That would be then over here. So another one then over there. Let's build the wall now, right? So there we have it. And we're going to cut some of those people out, unfortunately, right? Can't be helped. Can't be helped with that. I could then add another gate here, most likely. Let's just see. Oh, we're just building that wall now. Should we have it around the manor house? I think we should. Let's move this one a bit further down. And then we're gonna have this one all the way around it. Around our manor. Towards the castle, I think we don't need it, right? So the castle doesn't need to have its own wall. It's already a protected one. But we're gonna have a gate to it, of course, nonetheless. Somewhere here. And then we continue with that wall. I love how organic the wall looks, by the way. Right. And then we continue. This is already 69 wood for now. We continue a bit further up. We could make a cut here. I think this would make the most sense. Or... let's make the cut here. Right, just to my windmill. Here. This building unfortunately stays out of it. He's not happy about it. Then we're gonna go like this. Over here, there's gonna be a new gate again. Oh, you can actually make it together with the fence there. But of course, the fence is not really a protection. There you go. And then we continue with that all the way here now in the back of my city. We do have a bit of space there still that I could use for it. Going to this older industry, to this newer industry zone that we have there. This one definitely needs a gate. Let's make it somewhere here. I think we're cutting a bit into this house there, but that's okay. Yeah, theoretically you don't need to have a wall here, of course, right? So we could make it ending here and be fine. And then I can continue some over there, right? Because this is a natural border for us. Let's have it over there. And here is now... This is a tricky one. So here we could have one gate here. I mean, theoretically you shouldn't have too many gates, right? It leads to confusion. So we could cut off this area here. There you go. And then I'm gonna have a gate here. On this main road. And then we continue with that once again. Into this direction. The thing is though, if I have it now here, it doesn't count, right? So only if I make the connection full with my wall, does it count. Right now, the natural border unfortunately doesn't count for me. So we can make it still so that it's kind of like hidden, right? You can build that wall within the mountain and you don't really see it because it's just cutting off in here, right? So I think we go with this solution and use it as a border. And this means now everything inside here is gonna have a nice fortification bonus. We can still add more gates than down the road. This one's cut off, but that's not important because the storage is here, right? It can be cut off. That's a pretty massive project, by the way. 224 wood, 25 planks, and 5 tools. The primary thing will be, of course, the wood. Let's apply and build it. And that's the first inner city wall. We can expand it, we can remove it, doesn't matter, right? The game is very flexible about these things. Okay, 2 monks working the honey. As we need to improve our business. Volume goes up. We can still not upgrade Davenport though just yet. My second tax collector is working now. Over here. Jones he's called. Joe Ames. Joe Ames. And he's now collecting taxes too. Can we see already the result of this? Yes. So this one here has been now collected finally. There's still some inner city here that needs to be collected, but that's about it. 2 tax collectors definitely make sense for now to improve my tax income that we need to push. Speaking about my tax income, we're still having a 0% for my commoners. I think we should change this now as we have 33 commoners in the city. Just level 1 is already giving me quite a few taxes, so I'm gonna go ahead with this. Happiness is high enough for this, for it to work. Another thing that we can do while we're at it, let's also push more upgrades. So we have a whole bunch of new villagers working. Yeah, patroller, the tailor, the new tax collector, a bunch of watchmen we could upgrade. Let's do this, and that's it. By the way, that levy would provide me almost with 500 coin now. We don't have that storage, so I'm not gonna get a levy out of my people. It's not necessary. Right now, trading and taxes provides more than enough income. Alright, that first castle is finished as well. In here, looks cute in all its glory. It would need now a company, right, that we can provide for it. And I still need, though, Kingdom Splendor points now. So we do have the castle keep itself that has then its ornaments that we have there, right? So we can then, for example, this actually needs iron. Do we have iron ingots? No, we don't, really. They provide different types, right? This one here needs 5 meat. We have plenty of that. So the sun drying rack I could get going. Let's have this one on the other side so that I can also delete some of my trees with that, right? So we can speed the tree cutting process up a bit. So I'm gonna have a few drying racks here. This will already provide me with 10 points. Also the clothesline I can get ahead with. This one, let's have it here in the back of it a bit. Can we get rid of that tree there? Nice. Campfire, that's boars, we have that. Let's get the campfire going here. We, by the way, also have the rustic hoarding suspended and the rustic prat. So this is something we can add to the castle itself. I guess I'm gonna have one. Can even have 3 here side by side. I like this. And also here in the back of it. 3 side by side again. This would provide me with 18 points now. 25 we need. A crude flag at the entrance. Why not? That's a cute little flag here. I think I need to turn this around as a proper entrance. We don't have a wall yet, right, that protects us or anything. We also have the porch. This provides a lot. So let's have this one also in the back of it. Somewhere here. I think we also have some window. Yep. Like this, at the top of it. Some simple benches can be built with only a bit of coin and provide me points as well. And with this we have 25 points now. Let's apply it for all of them. And once this is finished, we can go for tier 2 right away. By now the city wall is coming along, though it's still gonna take a while. And it also doesn't take long for Davenport now to be at the maximum, so we can improve the Davenport trade route and thus increase the volume of honey that we can sell. This one cost me 75 planks, and of course I would like to do this, but we do need, wait a second, there it is, invested. The planks we lose immediately, and my bailiff is now on its way, trading and bartering new prices. And there it is, improving trade with Davenport has been achieved, and we now can and should be able to trade up to 40. Is that less than before? I wonder. It doesn't matter. We do get points in already, kingdom influence points, very nice. And that's because of the honey and also the wax trading. I've started this because we're producing way more wax than honey, and I will clog up my storage with wax, right? So I'm also selling wax now as well. Next in line, we will improve our honey production, because that's something we obviously should be doing. And for that, we get the monastic grange again. Oh, sorry, the apiary. There it is. And we can just add a new building. Okay, you need to make it like so. As my second production. You know what? Let's actually have a third one, because honey is gonna be glorious for us. Gonna have this one probably over there somewhere instead of these berry bushes. Let's build it all. Isn't even that expensive. Even gives me some clergy splendor points. How much? Yeah, we have 4 more slots here. So that's exactly the amount of apiaries that we can staff then. Now, patrolling wise, we haven't touched this in quite some time. I need to continue now also adding more patrol here. That would be the buildings that are affected by the taxes, so we can increase their density. Once the wall has been finished, right, we do get the light fortification and the patrol coverage, so we can immediately upgrade all these houses here to medium density as well. I think the same also applies for these guys up here, so that every building within the wall will be medium density at least. Outside, we can keep them at low density for now, but inside, it's important that we squeeze in more people. There it is, Kingdom Tier 2 has been reached, as that castle is coming along. As we can also see, yeah, slowly but steadily we're chopping away the trees here to make this area clear for an even bigger castle down the road. Now, let's just check it out what we got with that. And that's pretty important here, the Tier 2 Kingdom privileges I would like to get going right away. And I also think the Royal Courtier would be another nice addition to my village. Now, the privileges, let's have a quick look at them. Down there they are. And once again, the most important one here, I mean, there is a lot, right? For example, the King's Acolytes are really important once we get the missions going, because we're playing on the highest difficulty missions. We're going to lose a lot of soldiers, and every time someone dies, we get a new immigrant right away. So this speeds up the whole mission thing, but that's for later. Right now, this is also cool. Inherited land. For every 5 territories you purchase, redeem 1 for free. That's nice. Saves me a bit of money, right? But that's about it. I would like to go, of course, with the trade price bonus. Oh no, wait a second. I thought we don't have the kingdom bonus. We don't have... This is new to me. We don't have the kingdom bonus, right? To get kingdom influence points for every trade we do. It's not there. I'm under shock, honestly. Okay, so this one's also pretty nice. Production taxation. 50% more taxation accumulation speed every time we send someone out on a mission. But for now, let's go with the economic alliance. Trade price bonus of 10%. It's gonna take a while before we go on missions, so this is really not something I like to do. And honey is a high income product, and boosting this by another 10% actually is quite worth it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this, as it's gonna... Well, as we're gonna profit from that long-term wise. We got the apiaries finished. I don't have any homeless, jobless though. Unemployment, there is one more. Let's assign, can we 2? 2 more, perfect. And with that, the next apiary is now working for more honey. There's another type of business we can do now, and that is the dairy farming. I would like to start with that. Provides milk and cheese. It does cost me 250 to unlock. We have the money though, so let's go ahead and do this. The cool thing about cheese is that it's once again a product that we can make quickly, and also it's a product that provides a lot of income, right? For Northbury, for example, we'll be at 5 coin. Anyone else that purchases cheese, by the way? Not that I'm aware of. So we'll also need to increase the volume here for Northbury down the road, because we're already at the maximum, right? And for this, we will also need more bread. So yeah, let's actually do something else right away. And that is here the wheat farm improvements. And this provides then more output for every wheat farm we have. And thus we save space down the road as well. That is very important. Let's unlock this. A whole bunch of new sub-buildings. Now, for the dairy farming, I would like to use this area now. It's open for us. We don't need to chop it down. It costs me 100 coin. We have now a lot of coin in, by the way. So a lot of coin out, actually. So I think it's safe to go ahead with a levy again. Yeah, someone might leave. I don't care. It's 500 coin we get out of that. This is important. There you go. People will not be super happy. What I could do is to make them happy. I could reduce taxation just for now a bit, right? To get the happiness up again. And with that, we open up this area now. And here we now have our glorious dairy farm. And is this something that we can push down the road? I wonder. I don't think so. No. Okay. It's important to know, because it gives me an idea where we place them, right? Let's have the very first one on, I think, on that side here. Let's keep a bit of a space there to the wheat farm, because the wheat farm is something we're going to improve as well over time. Let's have it here. This also cost me 150 coin. That is a lot of money that we need to spend on this. Shush. Makes me wonder if that is the right move. It's going to take a long time before this actually becomes profitable. And the other one would be the cheesemaker. And I'm not going to have the cheesemaker too far away. Unfortunately, what we can see is the cheesemaker provides a penalty, right? So it's not ideal. I would like to have the cheesemaker close to this one, so that we save time as well, right? So we are only providing then the cheese just along the main road that we have here, right? Let's have the cheese going. These two. And the cheese we could provide then on the market. I could also make it so the granary stores cheese now, right? So let's get the cheese. Nothing else though. So that we may want to sell it, or could be able to sell it. 3 more immigrants, that's gonna be nice, because with that we'll be able to push the second apiary. And yeah, there's more honey than ever in stock. That's 8. Probably push it past 10 once the trader comes in. That's a lot of money we need. Yeah, that wall is taking forever, but it's taking shape, right? It's almost all around it now. Really busy in the city center. 4 more immigrants, that's a lot. Can we provide for all of them? For now, it looks fine for now. We need also some dairy farmers. And let's push 2 more. 1 more monk, okay. Where are they working? What? Look at that. 3 in the monastic range. They're taking the easy route, right? Because there's not that much work in that. I have no idea how we can stop it though. You don't have that much freedom for the monks. They decide by themselves, unfortunately. So I still need one more monk then. Hopefully. A whole bunch of upgrades are coming along now because we have the light fortification. The wall has been finished and it is looking glorious. That means everyone inside has now fortification bonus. That also means, by extent, we don't really need the village watchtowers anymore, theoretically. I'm gonna keep them because there's no use really in deleting them, saving 1 coin. It's okay. I keep them, you might need them again at some point. Nah, you know what, let's delete some of them. This one. And I think we had this one looking outside. Oh, wait a second. This is important because it provides them fortification. Does it? No, doesn't. Let's get rid of it. You don't need them anymore. And with that, Montclair has some protection. It looks nice, actually. It was the biggest project for this episode beside the castle. The castle is flourishing. We have points coming in. That's important. And we move now onwards towards more honey, more export, and then more industry. I hope you enjoyed this one. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back to Montclair once again, to a village that is prospering, at least for now. At least for now. In the last episode we finished a beautiful, a wooden wall around our inner city so that we provide now fortification to all of them. Also, our castle has been finished. Yeah, you can see it, right? Yeah, you can see it more clearly now, more and more as the trees are disappearing. Trading is fine, so we still don't need to levy our population, even though my upkeep is rather high, so you can actually see the money trickling down at this point because the rate of upkeep is so high, right? That's worrisome to some extent, honestly. On the other side here we have now our latest industry coming along, that is the cheese production, a dairy farm and a cheesemaker at its first levels, of course, right? So this is something that we are growing now into a new type of business. What I definitely also will need to do now, beside of course pumping out more monks, so there's one more possible, there you go. Okay, so at least two apiaries are now fully employed. We have doubled our honey production with that. Now, beside that, we need to double something else, and that is my iron production. Because right now, what happens is that we are producing a decent amount of tools, but soon we'll also need iron for common wares and for weapons. And that's going to be expensive, right? So this is something we need to tackle as well. For that, we have these 2 iron deposits available. This is nasty looking, honestly, because it looks into the city. I don't like this. By the way, there's lots of upgrades here, thanks to the fortification bonus. We're out of planks, by the way, so I don't even need to worry about that. I need to worry about plank production. There's still one more sawmill that we can employ. Now, with that, we are growing now the industry zone into this area more and more. How's it looking with territory? Yeah, not good. I would need to purchase this one. I would really rather not, because we purchased 2 territories already. And I still don't have a feeling of how my money looks right now, right? So I don't want to push this any further. So this is my heavy industry here now, moving then into this territory at some point. For now though, we can start with this iron deposit. I would really like to start with that, because we need it. This is the iron quarry then. We have 2 slots on this. That's great. Actually, now I think it's great that we have 2 iron deposits close by, because we're gonna need it, right? So that's fine by the looks of it. Let's get this one going. That's 20 planks, and we also need a crane then, unfortunately, providing the storage, right? And I'm also gonna go ahead with a cart. That's probably nice for the output that we have. Also, it looks just okay to have some carts here as well lying around, right? And then we have some processing industry in front of it. Gonna cost me, gonna take some time for this to develop. Beside that, what we'll also need then is, of course, another iron smelter, probably 2 even. And we're gonna start pushing them also then in this area. Look at that. I think it's a sensible thing to do, to have them here the furthest away from the rocks here and the closest to that border here that we have, right? Because we can then expand on that. So there's gonna be a road here most likely, or we have more industry here and then a road in between. We can decide on that later really. Let's build this. Storage wise, we have our storage not too far away from that with still one more resource available. And I would actually like to also implement now iron as a resource then, because we're gonna get this one. There's the charcoal hut not too far away, and with that the next iron smelter then. Gonna take some time for this now to develop, since we have so many other constructions going. By the way, all 3 of my builder huts are fully employed, and we need them right now. Can't believe I'm saying this. Another patroller. Let's get this going, because we are patrolling now in the whole inner area. Do we have... Yep, there's another patroller now available. Theoretically, we don't need the watchman, really. I'm still gonna keep her, though, as of now. We're growing. I want to have more towers. Let's have this one. Is this providing more church capacity? It is not. Okay, I need more church capacity. That's the bell tower. That's a bell major tower. It does not increase my capacity, unfortunately. It's those that are doing it, actually. So I can expand the back of it now with another... Man, this looks nasty. Should we turn this one? I think this would look better. Right. Having it a bit smaller here in the back of it, and then we could expand this one too. This is the safest way of increasing the capacity by 25. We, by the way, still should also have something here. These thatched chapels that we have, that we can have on the side of it, right? So I could have definitely one more here in the back. That's 30 capacity increase. I mean, this looks like a monster at some point. And then I'm probably gonna have one here and one on the other side as well here. With that, we're getting 33 more out of it with this expansion in the back. The inner building that we have there, we could increase its size a bit so that it looks out. That's better. Has the same height now, and we can apply these changes. Very nice. My dairy farm has been finished. Let's assign 2 farmers to that, and let's paint the pasture in the back of it. Starting here, all around it. And I have no idea how much we need. This is adequately sized, alright. It's not that much more. I would still like to have another one though, so probably safe to make it so that it's too big. This is not too big yet. Okay, it's still adequately sized. I hope that's still the case when we assign someone else to it. And here is also my cheesemaker now. I need more personnel for these guys. And by the way, here, yeah, this is also now a nice residential zone that we can assign. Let's make it full right towards the wall, so that someone else may want to settle here. And we can do the same thing here now, so that within the wall people want to live, right? Still gonna keep a bit of space here just in case, but right now there is no quarry here planned for the foreseeable future. This adds more space in the most desirable places of my town. Now, I would like to also have then this fence here extended. We already have it here, right? It's this one. Let's keep a bit of space, and then I'm gonna push this. The reason why I'm doing this also is because I need a way of processing or getting rid of more wood, because we're cutting away so much wood right now. I need ways of getting rid of it. Right, so we're gonna make it here. We could make a smaller fence here. This looks cute. And this is then the main road leading outside, right? All the way up to this point. 38 wood gone again. Very nice. Okay, 2 more people. That's my cheesemakers. Let's assign them. It's still for me to decide, do we have enough milk or not, right? It's gonna take some time. It's taking more time than usual for these cattle to grow. But she's already hard at work. Producing the milk we need. Also, I can feel that we're running out of meat. So the threshold is getting smaller and smaller, or closer and closer. So we also need to push this again. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, because we don't have endless amounts of boar in the surrounding area. So I can already see, yep, here we're losing the boar, right? So they're migrating over there. On the other side here, this one we have in our territory. So I would like to go ahead and get me another hunting going here somewhere. It's the hunting grounds of the castle. And probably... Oh, this is really, really bad, actually. There's no more hunting. This one we have in our territory, right? Not all of it anymore, though. I will need to purchase a territory just for hunting now. It's probably gonna be one of these. It could actually be this one where we have the industry. Or it's something that's a bit further away, so we have it longer, like this one. Okay, we're pushing past 170 people. I think it's safe to start a consolidation phase again. Waiting for everything to stabilize before we invite any more people in. Because right now we just got way too many people in the last episode, right? We grew by 40 people in total, and this is too much at the same time. Gonna increase my taxation again because we can. We have 80% happiness. That's too much. People are too happy. This penalty is too much though for the money we get out of it. And this one here would still be acceptable for me. So let's go ahead and have this one going. Now I would also like to use more workforce now on my wheat farms so that we can push more. And for this we have now the tooling shack available. Cost me quite a lot of tools in fact. And some hardy haystack. That's just though for the splendor points that we have, right? So a wheat barn, that is more output that we can have here. And this is something you really need if you want to have more people working here. So we need to have more output. Could have it really cutting into my fields here, right? I'm just looking outside or here in the back. Let's have it here in the back. There you go. And then we have the tooling shack for more capacity, right? So this is then something we have right here. So that we can add 2 more people to that. This will also lead to a bigger field then, of course. Oh, look at that trade from Davenport. 100 coin now for the 18 honey. That was a nice price. Also the wax. And yeah, it's needed as we're running out of money. So my taxes are fine, but the upkeep, especially to the territories now we had, is really high, right? Like 300. Territory upkeep is almost as high as my whole industry upkeep. Also finally, our iron deposit. There's still planks missing for this one, but I think they can already work on it, right? There's just a storage of 10 iron then in, but they can already start with that. And since we have the population for this, this is fine. Now we're still lacking the iron though to get the forge now going, which is also finished at this point. Alright, in order to build the royal courtier, we need heavy fortification for the first time. And I think it was the castle fortifications last time. So let's go ahead and get this going. And also the rustic fortification. Now let's check out what we got out of that. We got now the rustic stone watchtower. Passive light fortification. That's not it. Rustic fortified keep. That's the one. Provides heavy passive fortification. It is costing me quite a bit. And I would like to use this to upgrade what we have. So this one here gets upgraded to this version here. So I'm trying to push this one into the center here. Oh, this is gonna be costly. And then we're gonna take the royal courtier, and I'm just gonna move the smaller wooden tower up. But I would still like to have it merged a bit. Come on, just give me an inch of fiddle around here. I think this is fine. The entrance is also still fine looking, I think. Yeah, we don't need to touch the entrance there. That's okay. And the other side is actually also still fine. We might still want to add something else to it. Rustic upper gate entryway. Something that we could use on the side here. Yeah, something like this tower here. This also provides some heavy fortification. Looks very chaotic. I like it this time. Last time I was focusing on symmetry. This time I'm gonna make some chaotic structures here just because you can do this in this game. And it's just looking like it's jumped together ad hoc, right? Like most castles were. So in this case here, these are the changes. Unfortunately, we cannot apply them. The requirements have not been met for what? This one, this one, this one, build it all. Okay, so that one has been built now. Alright, unfortunately this is quite buggy right now. So if I build my stone tower here and we do meet all the requirements, that would be fine, right? So I can now accept the changes that we have. Having this one in too, and requires a minimum of 1 keep. Actually we have now 2. So he would allow me even to reduce them or delete the main keep now, right? And still have this construct here going. If I want to build another tower though, right? Somewhere else, or even attached to it, I can't apply the changes anymore. Wonky. Something fishy is going on here. And it doesn't matter what I do, right? So also this, if all of this is now in the green again, it still not works, right? But if I even delete the main building, it would work. So I have no idea what the hell is going on here right now. Let's clear all the changes, right? So let's go back to the original one that we had, like this. And voila, there it is working, right? So just removing some of the main buildings inside makes clear of it. However, we would lose some splendor points right now. That is something I cannot allow. So this would work now, and this also gives me some additional splendor points, and we can accept. This will cost me quite a bit though to construct all of this, and time of course once again. In the meantime, we ran out of bread. That is a surprise to me, since we had over 100 available. In that case, the meat and the berries are fine. Even clothing, well, clothing is also not fine. And yeah, we need more bread. So did we finish? I think we finished that one up here already and assigned it. Very nice. So this is now working at its full capacity. That also means I need another wheat farm, because those are not going to cut it anymore. We got 50 wheat almost. But it's not a problem yet for the flour mill to process all of this. So I'm thinking about having another. Yeah, this would be nasty. Once again, we're out of space. I cannot get rid of the trees that quickly. I would need to purchase a new territory here for another wheat farm. It's all so expensive. Do we have at least some hunting grounds? We don't have any hunting grounds here. This doesn't make it easier for me. At least the cheese is rolling. 55 cheese. I could offer it to my people. That is something that is tempting. So instead of bread, I'm gonna use this one here for cheese now, so that we have something to sell to my people, right? Keep the happiness up. We had the levy, so this reduces my happiness again. And then I could use this one here as another wheat farm. That would work, because we also have the flour mill there, so it actually makes sense to me. Even though it's not my favorite location, but for now it's the only thing we can really do realistically. So let's go ahead and have me another wheat farm here, right? And I might even go for a tooling shack again, just here in the back of it. Let's make it right behind that wheat farm. There you go. And then I also need something to have some more storage, so here. And of course we are cutting it into the trees here, because I don't want to reduce the amount of field that I have potentially in this area. And we're already cutting, but it's not enough. So I want to merge these farms, of course, so all of this needs to go away. It's gonna take some time to make the fields here going. This area looks nice, right? So this was all forest area. It's disappearing. So that's at least something. I would like to keep some trees though, so let's go ahead. Keep them here. And I also don't need this one here as a tree zone anymore. This is not necessary at all. Let's clear it up, make it a bit cleaner looking. Industry zone wise, I would like to keep expanding into this zone here. That should be city, right? So this is gonna be city. The industry zone moves a bit further now behind that rock over time. And for this we have to purchase a new territory. It's that one. And this territory should give me some hunting grounds as well. It's not a lot, because, you know, there's never enough hunting grounds. But it's at least something once again, so my hunters have something to do. And we get more meat rolling. I can start here right away with a hunting area as well. So let's get this one going. Where should we have this? Let's actually have it just right here in the center. There you go. And also, we have still this forester here, right? This forester needs to move now. So, I'm gonna get rid of this zone here. And we're gonna move the reforest area over here to my hunting ground as well, right? So this is the new reforest area. Not that we need to reforest, actually. You know what? Let's pause it. I don't need to reforest for the moment, because we have so many trees everywhere that we need to cut before we continue with reforesting. It's gonna be ages. So all of this needs to go. Gotta make sure that my two lumber camps here continue working. They do. We're processing a lot of that. We are cutting away this. That's a pretty nice forest here though that I would like to keep for now. So we just will do that. Not the best hunting grounds either. This one. No more chopping here for now. And this one also goes. Need to clean the things that we've done so far. Stonemason, there you go. Got actually 5 unemployment rate. We don't have any more rooms in my monastery. I need to expand here at some point, especially if I want to get more honey. Let's just see how we can do this the cheap way for now. I might consider... This is 5 more, this is 8 more. Pushing these? Let's have a look. I could push it like that, but that would look strange. Can we move it in? Yes. This looks better. Let's go ahead. This gives me 8 more monks for the moment. Fish is still fine. Berries are climbing. Meat is climbing. Bread is actually looking a bit better again now that we are using cheese, but now we are out of cheese. So yeah, refined food in general is something that we really need. Okay, since we're close to our limit again, I would also like to continue expanding my manor house, and we continue with a bit of a chaotic style there, as always in this Let's Play, and I would like to probably make it like so. I think this looks pretty cute from the back of it. I can see there's another bigger room coming up in the back of it with even more towers than to it, and I might also add some chimneys since we do have, yeah, we do have a nice amount of stone. Something over here. This just fits nicely in. This brings me another treasury capacity of 480 already, so that's quite nice. Is it enough though? This will cost me planks, tools. We have everything except planks really, despite 3 sawmills working non-stop for us. And since we have so many constructions going, right, it's a bit tough. I want to have the central tower being the tallest one right now though. So in that case, this should be that. And let's also have the weather vane up here. Gives me some more prestige points, splendor points that we need. By the way, can I add them here too? Yes, I can. And this is just, I think, a bit of stone. We can afford it at this point. It's not the biggest problem. This is the manner of the chicken. I also really enjoy these windows that you can have then below the towers and whatnot. I think on this side we should be able to squeeze one in too. There's not even an option for this. There it is. It's pretty expensive though that it only brings me in 1 splendor point. That's a disappointment. Ah, 4. There's another one, another type of it that you can have, right? That looks a bit better. Alright, this is already really expensive. 10 more points. Pushes us. Let's apply the changes. Get this going, and let's also apply these changes. That's 16 splendor points we're getting out of that too. So that's gonna be pretty nice. We need 100, we need 75, so we will be able to unlock this next level then as well. The next wheat farm has been finished. That's pretty great, even though we have always a lot of wheat in. At this point I might be thinking that the windmill's not enough anymore. We will probably also push the windmill somewhere else, though I like the location of it right now, all the way up here on the mountain. We'll just see. So there are 5 actually already in it, and oh, this is cutting zone as well, but there is nothing else to cut anymore. Just along our fence. Oh yeah, adequately sized. Yeah, that was close though, but it's working now. That's another full field here that we have going. A bit of bread is in again. Of course, we have also quite a long distance here to travel, but that can't be really changed except me moving the bakery over here too. That would be an option. Now, wheat is out again, so we are still processing wheat faster than we can produce it, right, with this windmill here. No problem. At least the royal courtier has been finished, and we can now assign someone to that, and let's check it out. Happiness is less impacted by 10%. What does this mean? What kind of happiness? The tax happiness? The overall happiness? It's less affected by 10% at least, so that probably means I can tax my people 10% more. Something like that. Sounds good. Combat trading speed increased by 10% is probably not really worth it, right? Let's go ahead and get this guy in. And with that, we have now a royal courtier again with his bonus then as well that he provides for my town. So yeah, let's try it out and let's increase the taxes once again for all my people. Should be fine though. Even though this is a lot, right? This is a big step. It's the biggest step that you can do. Everything else is just incremental, and then it's double. And then you're doubling it up to the next level. This is just brutal. I'd rather keep it like that and we just go for levies more often, I guess. But we're full anyway. Another massive wave of immigration, pushing us now to 200 people. And I'm gonna accept. There you go. Welcome. Now, you might have noticed that we're full on cloth. That's pretty great. So we have a good production of this. We're still not having a good processing to common clothes though. Check it out. They're both fully employed though, and all of them have commoners. So yeah, we just need another tailor as well. Gonna place this one here. Makes sense to me. And with this, we also reached labor tier 3. There it is. And there's the manor house architecture now. Tier 3 privileges. Can we afford that? Oh yeah, we have lots of influence points. That's pretty neat. Paved roads. That's a major step forward. The milling tax is something that I like. This is an additional means of income. So I'm gonna go ahead and activate this one. We're getting more points in anyway. And I'm probably also pushing the tier 3 labor privileges right now. The paved roads is something for later. And then it's probably the inn, because that is another source of income. But those privileges, they will come in handy for me. By the way, why are you saying something? He had something to say, but I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, it's because of the royal courtier probably that we have open now. Right, so he could also prospect mineral deposits for us. He could also invite 5 militiamen into my city. I think this is a good way of doing it. We could also use my unemployment rate, right, to get more knights in and stuff like that. The middle trade route we could improve and attend the court to discuss royal duties. Let's actually do this. Perhaps there's something coming out of it. It doesn't cost me anything, just some time. So that's my royal courtier doing the job. Attend royal duties. Off he goes. It's a fine day for traveling without backpacks and companions. Alright, next in line. I think here, yep, let's assign this. Let's make this wheat farm now fully working. Pushing out everything that we have. I can already see that we need another dairy farm. But that's something, once again, for later. Right now, I really want to finish that tailor. Once again, that's lots of planks. Now, I really do like the dutiful prayers as my next labor privilege. Because this reduces the effect or the penalty that you get out of taxation by 25%, which is really a lot. There is also the additional taxation. You can have one more concurring taxes without penalty. I'm not entirely sure I understand this completely. Does it mean I can have another level of taxation? I'd rather probably go with this one here. The happiness effect is decreased by 25%. So with this, let's activate it. And now let's go into this area here, and we can now see the penalty indeed is reduced. Going for the next level now gives me not 50% happiness reduction, but only 37%. Right, so I can push both of them to the next level here, increasing my taxation now to 600 per month. And we also have a windmill here that I can tax now. Let's go ahead and do this. Though it doesn't state how much I get out of it. Wasn't there an indication here? Apparently not. We're taxing the windmill now anyway. So we can see this now. The tax is accumulated in the windmill. We'll just see how the rate of that is. By the way, we're sitting at 76 happiness, so I think that next taxation level is absolutely fine. Entertainment is now my biggest penalty. So this is something that we can tackle next. Okay, attending the royal company. Your royal courtier joins the opulent royal court and glimpses at the grand strategies of the realm. War rages along borders near your village, and the king has decided your castle would be the most suitable place for hosting and attending his wary royal companies. The king promises you coins and influence if you accept. You must attend wary royal company visiting your village. Alright. What bad could come out of this? Royal duties. I do have another duty though. So first of all, we have finished the next manor house expansion for this monstrosity over here. This is now pushing my treasury to 1,300 as it should. Now we have the entertainment problem, right? The entertainment is something that has to do with the tavern. So in the tavern we can produce berry brew, and this one here provides entertainment if people visit the tavern and drink this, well, commodity. Problem now is the inner city is pretty much full, right? I also don't want to get rid of any buildings or something like that. I mean, we could still... perhaps we could still squeeze it in somewhere. Perhaps instead of these buildings here. Having this one at the market also makes sense, right? So we have a smaller tavern than here. But we would reduce housing. We have no housing problem at the moment, though. So everybody has a home. And we even have room left, right? There's plenty of room left in these houses. Not in this one, not in this one, not in this one. Oh, this one. This one hasn't been upgraded yet even. This one has lots of space. This one has lots of space. Okay, so we have plenty of space available for the normal people. So I think I'm gonna do this. First of all, we have these builder workshops here too. Let's move them. Yeah, into this area, into my industry zone. We can probably have them. Yeah, this one looks nice. Applying them here, right? Squeezing all of them over there. They're all fully occupied, by the way. Plenty of room for new people to be pushed out into the into the workforce. And then this area here, we can just simply either we delete it. I think this is the safest way of doing it. So I really just want to delete that. The reason why this is a good location is also it's central to the market, and it's also central to or close to my granary where the berries are, right? So the tavern directly takes this one. By the way, we don't have a lot of berries in the granary, despite having 200 berries in stock. 35 are here. I think those 4 are not going to cut it anymore for the amount of resources that are coming in and out. Let's build the public lounge first. This is the main central building that you want to have, right? And we can then also, once again, make this a bit taller. And we can probably also, you know, this is already expensive again. Holy cow! These buildings are no joke. And we have a little thatched roof. Something like that. You can also have then some nice entrance or some nice windows up here. Let's stick to that. The cool thing is it also gives me lots of splendor points, so we will push past 100 with this tavern here. You can also have a barrel sign, I guess. But this is not really for... let's push it a bit further here to the back. We need more room. Something like that. Because don't forget, travelers usually also come in with horses, so we do need to have some stables there as well. Gonna have this on the side. 2 of them at least here, right? You can also have some small decoration up here again, like our weather vane that we have. And don't forget that we'll need to have some expansions here. So this is the public lounge. This has a capacity of 10 now, and we want to make sure that we have a bit of a capacity here, right? I don't want to push it all the time, so I'm gonna have another expansion here. Sounds like something is burning. Oh, it's the charcoal burner right next to it. Can also have a smaller rustic shed. Then next in line we do have our service counter. So this is where we sell the type of resources that we brew ourselves. So this one has another edition, right? So I'm probably gonna go ahead. We could also make it on the other side here. Yeah. Push it a bit in. Yeah, that's okay. This gives me a storage capacity now of 50. Once again, we could also have then a side here. Pushes it to 60. And then we still need the brewery. That's the berry brewery. And I would like to have this in the back of it, right? So this is where we brew the stuff. Coming out of it, this is not looking good. Switch it around a bit. I would like to probably use the main building for this. Does it matter? It just increases my brewer capacity. So we have a +2 now with this. I think... Yeah, this one would only give me 1, 1, 1, 1. This is 0, so it probably should be the whole here. I cannot increase or reduce its size, so we will need to increase this size here a bit. The main hole looks the biggest with that. And then we have it. This also needs a chimney, right? The berry brewery. That's actually a requirement. So we can have this on the side. So this is where the brewing is happening. And yeah, with that, we would probably be finished. It should also have its own entrance where the personnel gets in and out. So that's here in the back of it too, right? Yeah, and that's so far it. That's the first basic tavern we have. And in that case, it provides the brews, it provides storage and whatnot. Let's build all of it. This is once again a pretty massive construction that we have ongoing now, right? 170 planks, 39 tools. The stone is actually fine. I'm not worried about that, but we were rather low on stone. Despite having all 4 miners working here, so this is not the biggest issue. Then we have the brewer. There should be 2 brewers though, right? We had the hall with 2 brewers. They also need water. That's great because we have the well close by. So the bakery already also profits from the well nearby. Let's hope that the well still has more to provide. Oh no, there's also the first royal company coming. They're looking a bit wounded, some of them. And they probably want something to eat and drink and take it out of my treasury. Yeah. We'll just see what kind of demands they have. They're on their way to the castle now. And this construction will definitely take some time. And we resume with this in the next episode with the Royal Company and our first tavern. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Foundation. How very good of you to join and stick around after, quite a bit of a delay because of other projects and real life events. Now we continue with our little town here. Right now what we have is the construction of the tavern and our public launch that is being constructed. That will still take quite some time. The resource demand is significant on this one, and also I'm lacking the planks, even though we have 3 sawmills right now. So yeah, demand or supply is there. It just takes a bit of time, right? That's just it. Reaching 200 people on the population mark, we have achieved that in the last episode, and right now we are continuing to grow as long as we have food and supplies available. Bread still lacks a bit. That's my biggest issue right now, I think, and clothing is also just stable, right? So every additional person we invite shifts this towards also being scarce. So we need to really do something about that. Also, and that's very important right now, is taxes. We do have a nice income thanks to trading primarily, right? Taxes are fine, but they could be higher. We're already taxing my people here with, quite exorbitant rates, I should say. But we're providing protection and whatnot, so this is fine. But we're not getting all the taxes, as you can see. The overlay, once again, a lot of money is sitting around. We even have 11 coin waiting in this building here, and this is absolutely not acceptable, right? We need to get more taxes in. We have 2 tax collectors working already, and a 3rd one is needed. We could also make an attachment to my manor house, and I think I would like to do this. We are gonna push this one, the tax office in the back of it. Let's just see. We actually have 1 attached right now. I can add another sub building that is once again another tax office, and I would like to do this. Let's go ahead and just have a looky. The cool thing about this is I don't need to provide then fortification. I don't need to provide, a whole setup of buildings like this, because we just attach it to what we already have. I would love to have a 4th tower here. It would probably not look so bad if we just add another one here. That goes over like this, right? So you really get this whole tower thingy going that I would like, and I would like to make this as chaotic as possible looking. So if we turn this one a bit, then we have just another tower. Why not? Absolutely, this would look fine. And then we have more buildings around that, but for now I can just be happy with 1 additional tax office. Let's build this one and get it on the way. Now there are other things. We need to also plan a bit long-term wise my city expansion as more people move in. We are running out of space in the inner city, obviously, right? So this is getting a bit tight here. So we are already cutting away trees here. And I would like to start now cutting trees away here, because this is another logical expansion of another district that we can have. Going up the hill here, not all the way up, right? That would just be too much, I think. But getting rid of all of this here would be great. We have our hunting here, and I just noticed we don't have the hunting ground set. That's strange. All right, let's keep this one as a hunting ground setup. All right, so this is, they're probably migrating a bit over those boars, so I'm gonna make sure that we're just going around here a bit. Cannot get rid of all of them, right? But this is also gonna be city space, city space, city space, and cutting away trees takes a long time, so we should really implement this already. We should order this already. Let's keep those trees here, and you know what? Let's also keep those trees for now, right? There's no need to push all of this away. That's fine. The only thing that I have now is my woodcutters. This whole area goes away now. We don't need that anymore, and that means they are forced to go over there now, which is not ideal because they're pretty far away from that. So I'm going to move them like this one. We don't have, and that's a good thing about it, we haven't added any ornaments yet, right? So we should be safe having the lumber camp a bit further over here then. I'm just gonna move it like this. I think it's being moved instantly. It needs a tool. All right, 1 tool at least for the moving. That's okay. Gotta make sure that we are not in the pollution area though, right? So that we're not pushing the pollution area into my population. That would be bad for business. All right, next in line, bread. Absolutely. There's a lot of grain coming in. I think all of 3 of my wheat farms are now working fully, right? This one also. It's all about that windmill here. So now we have 140 wheat in. This should lead to a lot of flour, honestly. And let's just see how this first real push of the 3rd wheat farm affects my overall bread supply. Because we're running out of it at this point. Next are my sheepies. I'm gonna move this one a bit further away now. So I'm just gonna say, oh wait a second, let's keep it here for now. That's 60. We already have to pay now 60 coin per month for each territory. This is gonna be crazy. Let's build another sheep farm here though, and gotta make it so that we push it all the way here to the back, right? That should be the safest path to expand this one. So this just borders into industry zone, and the city continues the expansion down here. That will be fine for a long time. With the latest trade, money is rolling again. That was a really good trade here for the honey especially. We do have 5 people unemployed. Some of you have been pointing out, yes, of course, we could also make a female monk area, so that right now we are only getting the male unemployed in as monks, right? So we could also make nuns, of course, out of the unemployed female population that comes in. This would be another nice addition to the monastery, so I would like to do this now. And for this we have the monk dorms, and then we also have the nun dorms, and they're working now. Should we separate them, or should we keep them together? This would certainly be more fun overall. But we're gonna make this one, right? So it's on the other side of the monastery, right? On the other side, as far away as possible. And I don't trust my monks. So I'm gonna make it so that it's right over there, and this adds now 8 nuns to the monastery potentially. And with that also we achieve a tier 5 of the common path. That's a really nice breakthrough. That's now all the way down here, right? So common wares improvement, tier 5 decorations, and candle workshop. In this case, we do need to unlock the previous tax first. Since we're here, let's unlock us the extended village edict number 3 days with the 250 coin. It's a bit expensive, but we can afford it. And with that, let's go to my village edicts and have a look at them. That's edict number 3, and we will go for... Of course, the upkeep of production building parts are decreased by 50%. That's pretty, well, important. So every extension of any building costs me less of upkeep. In that case, I don't really know what stonework promotion is for. We get more minerals, alright, more ore, but 50% reduction in all food production, that's just really severe, honestly, right? And the bulk trade, a trade quantity bonus of 80% from villager clergy. I also don't see really the bonus here since we're already capping my quantities. So let's go ahead with the upkeep here, right? So that should yield us an additional nice bonus of income per month. All right, let's, yeah, very good. Devote 2 more villagers, and with that, the 3rd apiary is now working. We want to push the honey production business to get the money out of this monastery. And fish-wise, we're really fine on food, by the way. And as we can see also now, that forest is being chopped down with quite a high speed. The berry brewer extension to my tavern has been finished. It's actually the first building. No, this one's still under construction here. The service counter, but the berry brewery already works. Water and berries to make us brew. Let's assign 2 brewers to that right away. And with that, we have a new product coming out, the berry brew. This will make people very happy. It satisfies the need for entertainment and also brings me in some coin. We can also, if I have a lot of it, which I doubt, we could sell it, right? So berry brew. There it is, for 1 coin. That's absolutely worthless, so I'm not gonna sell it with the trade route. It's really just gonna be a nice push for my population. We continue with the city expansion. Housing is insufficient right now, so we need more space for all those juicy people. And let's have a look. Right now, over here, more space is opening up, but it's not enough yet. Here is my future market area, so it could make sense for me already to start building residentials here. There is still the lumber camp. The thing is, yeah, this is the only building causing pollution here, so it makes sense to me to also move it a bit further away now over here, right? And with that, we have no more pollution in this area. And I can safely get me a few more people out. And let's have them here, I think. What a lovely sound. And oops. This one's actually a really tricky tool. There you go. And people move in. Yeah, a bunch of trees we can definitely keep. That's a new district. We could also add a few more here. I mean, they're really far outside now of the whole mess, but who's to say that's not a bad thing? Peace and quiet. Just along that road here that we have. Gonna make it so that the forest still exists though, of course, because that's my hunting grounds. We need to keep them. That's another 2 districts that form now, right? So eventually this whole thing will merge, of course. We could already make the residential zone down here finished too. So at least for now, so that at least we have the space. And probably will need to make the expansion all the way down here. There's the beach then. Right, and then probably, let's make it a bit of a curved one now. Along the beach area here, towards the main road. I think this would look the best. Let's keep a bit of a distance here to the beach though. So just in case I want to have another city wall here, right? That we have a bit of space towards the ocean. And here we keep the space, of course, because I want to have a market and the cathedral in this area at some point. Next sheep farm is ready. Let's assign 2 shepherds and also start with the sheepies. Once again, I'm surprised how much space it needs, right? This is adequately sized now. I have a bit of a road here still going, and all around that now the sheepies. Roaming the streets of Sleepy Hollow of Montclair. And this, I will never get this out of my head anymore. The city names that we have. I can already see that this whole district will need its own tax office soon. So there's the first people now moving in. Very great, very good. And with that out of the way, we have more space, hopefully, for a while. Got lots of cloth, by the way, so I might also afford me another tailor that produces that. And we have 2 here already working. I could have another one over here, right? So that we really maximize the amount of real estate that we get out of the wall. And we can just safely build it over there between the trees without destroying them. At this point, my tavern has been fully finished. So we do have also now the service counter. I can assign a person to that now. Let's have 2 taverners. It's the only tavern in town right now. So we gotta make sure that we got the personnel to run it. Lots of coin. We will need another treasury soon. And in that case, there it is. Breweries or brew we have now. Right. Service counter we have now. And we can assign now the berry brew here to be consumed at the service counter. And this should lead to traffic. Hopefully. Alright, you. Oh. Alright, yeah. That was on purpose though. So this one can actually go away already, right? So can I... Yeah, I can delete it myself as well to make up and free it up there a bit more. Now we capped. Lots of meat was sold. And we got the first citizens possible. That's a surprise. That's a bit early, isn't it? I was expecting it a bit later. Who would like to go for citizen? So these are the brewers. Let's push them. The butcher. iron smelter. Alright. These are all going... Yeah, patrollers, very important. Royal courtier. Oh, stonemason, tailor. I see. Should have done this a while ago. And then we get the first citizens now down here. And it's actually quite a lot of them. And the tailors, for example, we could upgrade. However, I think I do not have the right amount of space for them yet. Because citizens want decent houses. Yeah, we need to have citizens that look for high quality housing. And for this, we need to have paved roads first. Before we can finish this one here. I mean, I could already promote at least... Let's go ahead and promote at least 2 people. I mean, it's 200 coin. It's quite a lot. And go for the tailors, right? To further increase our efficiency in this level. The first 2 citizens we have. And we'll just see how happy they will be in my town. Despite high taxation, by the way, we're sitting at 60% happiness. This is the sweet spot. So we can stick around on that level for a while, right? We still have decent amount of immigration with that. And a very good income that comes out of that. This area here is my next one that we should also start chopping them, as I want to have a bigger industry zone here forming as well. But for now, it's fine. I know this looks ridiculously bad. Let's get rid of these trees so we can make a better shape out of that. I think this would make sense. Alright. Oh yeah, someone immediately snagged that very remote place for a living. I do understand. Also, I should add a castle company. It's been a while, right? And now we have one. And with that, we can now assign then our first soldiers, right? Also here, these militiamen, gotta make sure that they have a bit of a space there to train. Yeah, that service counter, that tavern is already working. 12 berry brews were consumed. With that, we have no berry brews, so we're consuming more than what we produce. That was to be expected, honestly, because with all the penalties we have, the production rates are rather low. Also, having finally assigned a guards person to the castle enables us to have the militia men that are coming here to stay, right? So they're gonna train here now. Gonna be happy, hopefully. Gonna get supplied and probably not paying us anything as far as I know. We can house up to 20, right? So 9 are occupying my castle now. It's really cool. There are so many details, so many mechanics in this game, right? Like, this is just a really nice idea overall as well. That there are soldiers from outside coming from the king, train here, rest here, you know, heal here, and we supply them. And with that also, we have now the ability to upgrade villagers to soldiers that we can do and send them on missions. Gonna do this a bit later though. At this point, we could also unlock the inn lodge. Let's do this. And with that, we can now expand our tavern here further by providing a shelter for travelers. And this will make it possible to earn money out of my tavern directly, which is always a nice thing to have. Where should we have this lodge? I would like to continue messing with my tavern, of course. And we're gonna add this one here as another wing that moves out of the building itself. And the thing is, we can then also make further attachments here, like this one. The only thing that I can see now is that the berry brewery needs a new door. But that's probably the back of it then or something. We could also move this one a bit further inside. Or, that doesn't look so good. Alright, I would like to move it a bit further outside, actually. To expand this wing into here. And we probably will have to expand the brewery there. There you go, right? So this looks proper. And getting this one up. So unfortunately, we also need to spend a bit more money on, or construction materials on my brewery. And this one here continues now. Going, could we make this one a bit further up? It would cleaner if we move it a bit further up. Getting it another chimney up here perhaps too. That's a... There you go. To add some smaller decorations, this one. We definitely will need another door somewhere here. So I'm gonna add another door on the side of the whole thing. Oh yeah, there's a nice one with a canopy. There you go. That's better. And also perhaps a little sign. Could even make a little garden here in the back where people can then sit and drink. This provides a lodging for up to 8 people. That doesn't sound like a lot for the costs I'm having, but like this is 81 planks. Shoot. Was an iron ingot. We do have lots of iron ingots, that's fine. That's pretty expensive. So for not really seeing the benefit of 8 people, let's have a look and see if we can add a bunch more. Like this one here in the back. Probably like to have this one a bit further outside perhaps. Yep. I should definitely be a bit lower. So this adds 2 more. It's also not a lot, but I could add another one here. For another 2 and then probably another one here. So this is 14 now with that strangest of structures we have. Yeah, this makes more sense now. Having those expansions on either side. Alright, that's 15 people potentially we can have. We could, of course, increase the size of the whole thing. The tallness. We could also probably add another wing here. Right? Yeah. Totally. Let's do this. Let's have another wing being added here in the back of it. Unfortunately, it's not snapping to it as it should be. Definitely want to have it like so. There you go. Right, and this could also have then once again something very tiny here. No, this is too big. Too big. It's all too big, so this is not gonna work out. Nice, this is around 17 visitors we get out of this, and it's 145 planks. That's gonna be the most important cost out of that. And yeah, it's definitely gonna look nice once it's finished. So we'll just see. And bread has been stabilized, at least. It's not out anymore, right? We have way too much wheat. So I can see that we now have too much wheat and we need to build another windmill. This is fine because we're also getting taxes out of windmills. So adding a second one, yeah, just makes me more rich or richer. Let's have this one probably here by the fields. Makes more sense to me. As my next windmill, also supplying then flour to my bakeries. Tax income goes up significantly, almost to 200 now. So adding the additional tax collector should have done something. So taxes here have been collected fully. Also here, there's no more a double-digit number that I can see. So this definitely helped. Company well attended. So the satisfaction of the first constable, the king's company, left your village prepped and ready for battle. So these were the first soldiers that visited us and they had a good stay. We get 78 coin out of this. I didn't know that. All right. So we actually get a reward out of, attending to them. And we also get kingdom influence points. This is great. So the kingdom influence points we can then use once again for more expansion. And yeah, while we're in the labor tree, let's also go for paved roads now. That is very important. And with that, we get a new building, the pavers. Yeah, probably need at least 2 of them. This will consume a lot of stone. We have a stone problem right now. The thing is, my stone deposit here is working to the maximum. It's just that we consume a lot of stone right now. This brings me once again to my stone question. As far as I know, we really don't have a lot of stone deposits. We still have this one here. And this one's outside. Nah, we don't have any other stone deposits. I think also we ran out of this one. Yeah, it's gone. That was also a nice supply for us. So there's really, there really isn't that much stone. Let's assign 3 stonemasons here to the Stonecutter camp for this one to get that in. But I can see that we will need another quarry at some point. So let's just check it out. Prospect the mineral deposit. This one's the closest one. That rock formation, right? And it's really far away. It is far away. 1, 2, 3 territories we need in addition to get to this point. Very unlikely for me. So much money out of trading that once again we're capped. I think the the main manor house here came along really well. I love it, with all the different towers and a bunch of trees in the back as well. Still not gonna add any more ornaments to this one because we might need to move it at some point. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna move it. Honestly, this would make sense, but we'll just see. Okay, money comes, money goes. Stone is going up now, planks is out. That's normal though, because there are a bunch of buildings upgrading right now. And also more buildings are being placed, so that's all consuming planks. Lodging travelers. A weary traveler passes by, pleasantly surprised to find lodging. They remark that no one along their route knew an inn was open. Relieved by the discovery, they ask if they may share the news. Spread the word. People should visit Montclair for its beautiful architecture and landscape. And yeah, that's of course because this one here is under construction right now, but it's nowhere near finished, right? I can, however, assign an innkeeper already. So now we already finished housing for one visitor. Yeah, this is because as construction progresses, more and more slots open up, right? So we can already start with that. The innkeeper works. It's a bit loud perhaps during daytime, but you don't spend your daytime in the room, right? And at least one can go for this one now. We need over 100 planks though for this construction to be finished. Where are my sawmills? They're all oh, look at that. There's room. Perfect. 2 more. And yeah, they will need to be upgraded as well to serfs. That's my bailiff. That's my innkeeper, so they can of course push. And then we got the tailors. But where are my carpenters? No, okay, we cannot upgrade them as far as I can see. They are already, no, there it is, serf. Oh, okay, it's best suited for serfs this anyway, so okay, that's that. We don't need to upgrade them to make them more efficient for the sawmill. Yeah, that forest disappears more and more, which is great because there can be a nice new city district forming then. Another great thing is my clothes. It's going up, right? So we're sitting now at 106 despite having a very stable cloth production. That is because we have the next tailor. I was expecting to run out of cloth because of that, but it's not looking like it. That's because we also have a lot of wool coming in thanks to the additional sheep farm that we have over here. So this has been working out nicely. Yeah, regarding my bread though, that's the major problem. What's going on with my windmill here? One more plank is missing. Come on, you lazy builders, get it over. Let's increase priority. We really need to finish this as we have way too much wheat constantly. So we definitely need more windmills to make this efficient. Also, gems are coming in. Nice. I think this is because of my stone deposit here. Yep. So we can randomly find them. And yeah, we can process them into jewelry. We can also sell them. I think gems are quite valuable. 7 coin per gem. It's not a very high volume product though, right? So there's a bunch of gems per month coming out of this. We could also process this into jewelry. This would then lead to 10 coin per item. Or we use the jewelry for my own population. That would also be possible. Finally, there's my next one. And let's immediately assign 2 people to that. So that we can also start processing the 164. Holy cow. We need that windmill. Great that it's working now. And yeah, we have 4 more slots open. So anybody who joins could take this position again. Yeah, treasury expansion is my next goal here. I think for now though, this is looking fine. The expansion continues. Long-term planning has been implemented. We have stabilized a bunch of my productions. Bread should be next. And well, also we have 2 more lodgings now. That's the barracks for the Royal Guards. And that's also now my inn that is coming along. With the first visitors coming in hopefully soon, generating us then additional coin that we're gonna need for the next constructions that we have planned. I hope you enjoyed this one. Don't forget to leave a like behind. Thanks for watching. Onwards.